God.
Well, and with the lake that's drying,
I know.
it's going to release all these, like stuff that really shouldn't be released, like toxic cloud
Yeah.
kind of situation.
We went and swam in the Great Coat like 2 years ago
Oh my God.
because we were like, we gotta do it
Before it's gone?
Have you ever done it?
No.
It is, it's weird. It's a trip. It's not, I wouldn't call it fun, but it's all these weird bugs. And
Yeah, I don't love the Salt Lake. Like, it's kind of, like you said, it's got like a bunch of bugs. It kind of smells.
yeah.
But,
And if your kids get it in their eyes, that's
oh, it's brutal. Yeah.
But we were like, okay, we'll take a bunch of photos and then we'll go. Like,
Yeah.
we'll float.
The drive back, though, is if you go, like, I mean, we usually do the 84, but there's Ruby Ridge Mountains and Elko are just amazing. Like, Elko,
It's more than somewhere in the world.
but those mountains are like, it's, but there's no way back.
I don't think I've driven that way.
Yeah, it's most people know because it's like,
Good evening, everyone. It is now 5:32, and we're going to start our joint City Council and Budget Committee work session meeting. I would like to call on Finance Director Katie Henry to present our topic for the evening.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, Budget Committee. Before we dive in, I just want to let you know we do have 3 new Budget Committee members. This is the first time they are here with you tonight. We have Sarah, she's giving a wave there, David, and who is our last? Oh, Danny. I see she's been around, so it's not a first timer. So anyway, welcome with us. This is our joint meeting tonight. Let me get my screen shared here so that we can get going on. There we go. Budget planning for this year. And so we're looking at, of course, the fiscal year 27 budget, so 26-27. This is the year that will start July 1st of 2027. But in order for us to look at this year that starts in 2027, we have to first know where we're coming from. So a lot of us in finance, we have to look at multiple years at the same time. So our agenda for tonight is to look back at 2025, at where we ended that year, look at what we're doing currently for fiscal year 26. So we are 6 months in. We're about 7 months, but January is not closed yet. So we're going through December. Then we'll discuss a little bit our reserve target for fiscal year 27. We'll look at some financial models as to what the future looks like given our current situation. And then the main topic for this evening is the tax levy rate for fiscal year 27. The reason this is our main topic is that for us to put forward a budget for all of you to discuss and decide upon in May, we need to know what revenues we're working with so that we know what our constraints are as far as how much money we should be expecting, to know how many expenses to put forward for all of you. So this is the unknown in our budget as we move forward. So that is the main topic of discussion. We'll have about a half an hour of presentation. I will ask that you hold your questions until the end of the presentation. Make a note down of what your questions are that you have. We're happy to come back, but this is in an effort to make sure that we stay on target, address the whole presentation, and then make sure that we hit the goal of this evening. So again, this objective is to provide staff guidance on the council budget committee directed revenues, which as of right now is the operating tax levy for fiscal year 2027. Is there any way to move that? Is there any way to move? There we go. Thank you. I was just trying to clear up the screen so we didn't have the numbers covered up. For those of you who have looked at the council packet, nope, not this slide. We'll be coming up on another slide for fiscal year 26, and it has the year-to-date amounts in the council packet, starting on page 72. So if you're looking for a more detailed report, it is in that packet, just for reference. So for fiscal year 25, we'll start by looking at the revenues. And the first thing to notice is we did quite well in fiscal year 25, at least compared to budget. So it's not that we were rolling in the dough, but our budgets were pretty much on track with expectations. You'll notice the property taxes came in at 101%. We had budgeted just a 3% increase, I believe, so we were, on target with our property taxes. The transfers in that you see that came in less, those are highly dependent on what comes in through transient lodging, which has to do with tourism, because it reflects actuals. So when we get the tourism money in, then it's transferred over from that fund over, there's a piece that goes to the general fund. And so that unfortunately did come in lower, and that has been reflected by what we've heard from, what is that group called? Thank you, Visit McMinnville. I knew it was a very easy name, but by what they've told us through Visit McMinnville. And you do notice also that intergovernmental amounts are less than budgeted. This is because we budget for the full grant at the time that we budget, and oftentimes a grant will go longer than the year, and so we'll only receive a piece of it, and then the remaining amount will be carried over to the next year. On the expense side, you see that we're coming in right at budget or below. We did spend less in capital outlay. You see only about 50% on the capital outlay for last year. Several of those were ARPA projects, or projects that, again, much like grants, we budget for the whole project, but depending on weather and contractor availability and what you find once you open the ground up and all of those good things, they sometimes take more than a year. So our expenses came in at 86% of the budgeted amount. So where did we end fiscal year 25, which is where we began fiscal year 26? So we had 3.3 million left in the ARPA balance. This is not the amount that is uncommitted. Our uncommitted amount is just over 500,000. This is the amount that is left in that ARPA pot. Most of it has been already assigned out to projects. They just haven't been completed. And then there's just over 500,000 that has not been allocated to any projects. Then we have the capital fund balance. And you may say, well, why is it zero? I know we set some money aside. Yes, right now, it's at $1 million. At the beginning of the year, or at the end of fiscal year 25, it was at zero, because it was decided to put aside $1 million in the fiscal year 26 budget. So we now have $1 million in there. But there was nothing there to start with. So we're just at the $1 million. And just a reminder, that is a reserve that we are attempting not to spend each year as a set aside for the larger projects that will come, that will require more than $1 million to do in the future. Then we have a small amount in donations. If we get a large donation, that has to be put in a separate bucket. We have some grants, and that has since been used up. And then we have the operating fund balance. And so that middle jar, that 6.7 million, that is what we're talking about when we talk about how much fund balance do we need in order to operate. And our current policy is that we need to have 2 months of operating expenses. And we'll talk a little more about that in a few minutes. So we ended the year of fiscal year 25 at 6.7 million in that specific jar. Now, I wanted to point that out before we hit this slide, which is where are we halfway through 26. So you may look at that quarter two report and say, wait a minute, you just said we had 6.7 million. Now, if I look at this, you're saying we have 10.2 million. So which is it? If you add them all together, you get the 10.2 million. So I just want to be very clear on what it is we're talking about when we talk about fund balance, because there are different numbers, and I know that it can be confusing as we move forward for, well, you said we have to have 2 months, and it sure looks like we have more than 2 months. We're only talking about that middle jar when we're talking about the 2 months as we move forward through this budget discussion. Whereas when you hear about the audit results, those will be coming up next month, and all of those reports. For financial statements, they report all of the fund balance together. For budget purposes, we split them apart. So just something to remember as we move forward through this process. So you'll notice halfway through the year, if we look at total revenues, we're at 69%. Now, you may think, yes, we're ahead of schedule. No, we are not. Property taxes, most of property taxes come in at the beginning of the year. So if you look at that line, you'll see it's at 92%. So we've already brought in most of our property taxes for the year. For our licenses and permits, we are below where we would expect to be. Permitting has been coming in very slow this year. Everyone in the county is seeing it. It's expected, but unfortunately that is the situation. We also have some grants coming in lower. Again, this is more has to do with what we've been able to accomplish and bill out for the grants. Other than that, we are on track for revenues. Everything is meeting expectations. For the expenses, we're at 43% on the expenses. We have personnel, which is coming in at 43%, which is a positive thing. This means that we will have vacancy savings. So that's one thing to point out, that number being slightly below 50 we expect, because 6 months in, we actually have about 48% of payroll, because we have one extra week at the end that gets accrued there at the end of the year. But 43% means there is some payroll savings. That savings you will not see in tonight's projections. We haven't completed all of the projections for next year's budget. We're kind of overlapping how these meetings are going, so I just want to point out that there are some numbers in here that have not been figured into tonight's projections. They will be moving forward, but it doesn't change the overall outlook that we'll be presenting to you tonight. Capital outlay is also low, coming in low in here. Most of that work will be done in the spring, once the weather turns, and hopefully there are enough contractors to do the things that need to be done. So in all of that, as we mentioned a few times, capital outlay that hasn't been done, I want to turn it over to our interim city manager to discuss a little bit more in detail some of the deferred maintenance and some of the capital outlay concerns that we've had.
Thank you, Kitty. So deferred maintenance has been a subject that's came up off and on through different budget cycle years, and this year, Geoff, Gianni, and David Renshaw worked through a 2018 facilities assessment, and then worked with each director on the buildings that they and teams on the buildings that they oversee, and went through that 2018 facilities assessment, developed some priorities, as well as added a 30% construction cost inflation onto that to look at various projects that need to happen from a deferred maintenance perspective. What you see here is a very high-level view of that work. This is just the general fund dollars that are needed to address those needs. It does not account for the airport fund, the street fund, parks amenities, and all those other things. There's roughly an additional 16 million on top of that if you were to bring in all the pros plans needs and street fund, airport fund, things like that. So wanted to preface that in the last few budget years we haven't addressed deferred maintenance. And this current budget assumption that you're going to see, we have set aside $1 million for maintenance in addition to that capital million that you guys set aside last year, and setting aside another $1 million for capital. So going forward, we'd have $1 million in deferred maintenance addressed, which if you look at that number and you looked at a 5-year average, it's still scratching the surface of what the real needs are to address deferred maintenance in the organization, but it's roughly a 10x on what we have been addressing. So it's progress, not perfection, but I wanted you guys to have that context when you're thinking about the tax levy and what that would mean if you didn't want us to go that route.
So then the other piece, we've talked about our revenues, we've talked about our expenses, talked about the deferred maintenance, the capital side of things, is the reserves. And so as we know by policy, we have to present to you a budget that has 2 months of operating expenses in reserve. So those are our personnel services and our materials and services, not the capital outlay. So everything except capital outlay for 2 months of the year. And so we had last year a lot of discussion at the end. Does it have to be 2 months? Are we, can we go with 1.5 months? How does it affect things? There was a large discussion on that. Our goal moving for what will be proposed to you in the proposed budget is that 2 months that is by policy. That hasn't been changed, so that is our target for the budget that we would bring to you. The capital reserve, as Adam just said, would be to set aside an additional $1 million. So at the end of 27, then we would have $2 million in the capital reserve. And then we would also have done the $1 million towards that 14 million. And a reminder, that 14 million is just that backlog that dates back to 2018. There's now another 5-year backlog since, so it just continues to backlog. And so part of the reason for the need to continue setting aside that additional $1 million is because we have that large backlog, that we're going to have some very large projects at some time in the near future that will need to be addressed with some of those funds. So this, if you look at the future, where we're heading, the green here are your revenues and the red are the expenses in the top part. And then the blocks, you have your ending fund balance, and then the line is 2 months of operating reserves. And so I just want you to see this in your head. We're going to come back to it. It doesn't look too bad when you look from this far away, but you do notice that the red line is above the green line, which is not where you want to see things. So let's talk about the assumptions that I've put behind this, because I can make a graph show anything I want it to be if I manipulate the assumptions. I mean, that's the truth. So I want to let you know what my assumptions are that are in here. So we've included a cost of living increase at 3%. We have cost of medical and dental insurance increasing at 10%, other insurance averaging at 5%. This model includes the final 50 cents added to the property tax levy. It also includes the city service charge continuing at the current rate with the inflationary increases that are included in the way that has been set up. It has no increases to materials and services for inflation for '27. So it holds those steady, basically requiring a bit of a cut since inflation has made most of the costs higher. And facility maintenance, it remains underfunded with just $1 million of work being done each year. So those are the assumptions going into that model. So if we zoom in on the ending fund balance under that model, you can see that 2025, where we've exceeded it. So that's what we were just discussing, how we ended up the year. We did well. Our revenues came in above projected. Our expenses came in below. And you can see that difference here with the fund balance being higher than the minimum required. You also notice that dip in the minimum required. That had to do with the fact that as management, when we started looking at these projections in 2025, there was a conscious effort made and a hiring freeze, and a lot of actions were taken to just stop spending. So for the last half of the year, expenditures were greatly reduced, and that's why you see that dip. And then in 2026, for this year, a lot of those expenses were added back in. That was the discussion we had about taking it to the 1.5 months of operating reserve and increasing the budget back up beyond that level that we had originally talked about. So if we continue with those assumptions, you can see here how we start to fall below that 2 months required. In 2027, it's just below. Our original calculations came in around 350,000. And then it increases to around 1.3 million in this model in 2029. If we don't move forward with the tax, with the extra 50 cents on the tax levy, this is the model that we see. And so with not moving forward, we end up with a much larger gap in 2027. It's a little over 2 million, 2.3 million in 2027. And then by 2028, we just break even, and by 2029, we're in the hole. So that is what it looks like if we don't add the 50 cents and there aren't cuts. So I'm not saying that this can't happen. I'm just saying one side would mean that we would have to drastically decrease expenses or cut programming in order to continue to have the city be open if we did not pass the 50 cent levy. So that brings us to discussion time, which again, the question is, how much should the tax levy be? And I believe our city attorney has a comment.
Thank you all. As you begin your discussion, I would just like to remind you that this is not going to be a deliberation on the budget, which has not been presented yet. We are eager to hear individual impressions of the information that Katie gave, but we will not be coming to a decision or deliberating or determining a group consensus on anything. Thank you.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Thank you, Kim. I have some questions regarding assumptions, because it seems to me like there's probably more assumptions that have been made than have been articulated at this point. So I just want to clarify to make sure that I'm correct on the assumptions that I think were also made.
Okay.
One of the assumptions that I think is made is that PERS cost will essentially hold steady during this time frame.
That's correct.
Okay. Second assumption that I think was made is that revenues will be right around 3% per year increase on property taxes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that assumes no increase in properties through development. That assumes only an increase from property revenues generated as a result of the 3% cap placed by measures 5 and 50. Correct?
We have a differing way of looking at that. In a way, that is correct. It does take into account, however, the any of the compression that would happen, which would reduce the increase that goes beyond the 3%. And we're facing a market where we're starting to have that
Potential. I know that potential's there, but the average increase has been between 3.8 and 4%. So I just want to make that clear that we're making an assumption that really doesn't match statistical increases. And I think those were the two ones I wanted to catch. Thank you.
Yep.
Adam, did you have something you wanted to respond?
Yeah, appreciate the clarity on the assumptions, Chris. I think it was a third or fourth slide last year, that 3% is what it held at, plus $80,000. And then this coming year, we're going to have the OMI building, which is a large tax generator, fall off our revenue because it's now a county building. So I do agree that there is growth in development, but there's also retraction as properties transact.
I agree, but the best way to identify what the actual typical increase is to look at historical averages, and historical averages are 3.8 to 4%.
Anyone else? Counselor Tukalski?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Interim City Manager Garvin, what is the value of the OMI building as far as the tax base?
I can get back to you on that. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Then Director Henry, have you modeled this with the extra 50 cents also included?
The original model, yes, was with the 50 cents included.
Okay, were those the graphs that we were looking at?
The original graphs, yes. The ones that showed positive but just showed it declining a little bit,
Right.
that was with the 50 cents included.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Cunningham?
Yeah, Director, I really appreciated when we actually went through the budget process of the spreadsheet that allowed us to add stuff and to take stuff away so that we could see where we were at. And we quickly pivoted to making sure that it was kind of a straw poll, but we did kind of make some decisions specifically around the police personnel budget early on when we were looking at maintaining 2 months. And then it became fairly clear that we were going to continue to add stuff back. And so we as the group ultimately decided to go with a month and a half. Being that is the policy that is given to you, that it's 2 months, are we looking at a budget where we may be in the same, I guess if we pass the 50 cents, that's probably makes up a major chunk of it. Yes. But we could be in a similar situation as to where we were last year with being left with there's going to be some cuts, and we need to decide if we're going to the 2-month or back to the 1.5 month. Is that a good characterization?
There wouldn't be as many cuts based on the amount that we're looking at this year, but there will definitely be some belt tightening and not everyone getting what they need to move forward. And I'd like Adam to weigh in on that.
Yeah, so with the remaining 50 cents of the tax levy coming online, there's minimal needed to address the needs of a balanced budget this year. There is, if you look at the forecast out the next 3 years, a need to adjust the ongoing burn rate of city finances to incoming revenues, even with the 50 cents coming online. And that was my budget message to staff at the beginning of this month is, yes, we can get to a balanced budget with little work for this current upcoming budget year, but we shouldn't just look at this current upcoming budget year as a lens. Anything we do to address the bigger picture of cuts needed is going to give us added flexibility because we have an off-ramp of the next 2 years, and it'll give us a path to look at things more holistically than just in a lens of year to year.
Ask it.
Yes.
So, because my guess is that we are going to have some serious questions about whether we truly are adding that 50 cent back in to get to the total amount. I would assume unless we were to change policy, which would say we're not going to go for 2 months, we're going to go for a month and a half. If we don't have the 50 cent increase, then I guess maybe I'm roundabout asking the same thing, but we're going to see a similar situation to last year where there will have to be a bit more stringent belt tightening.
With the 50 cents this year, you have about a $350,000 delta in this model.
Okay.
In this upcoming fiscal year. In 2 years, you have a $1.3 million delta if you address no ongoing burn rate and you don't just rely on vacancy savings to fill that gap every year. If you drop the 50 cents, add $2 million to each one of those numbers. So you have 2.3 million in cuts, or you have 3.3 million in cuts off this model. How you get there, you go back to doing no deferred maintenance, there's $1 million. You go down to a month and a half instead of 2 months, there's a savings, but all those have cause and effects. All those let your buildings and assets continue to deteriorate, or there's service level impacts. The pool's not open as many hours as it is, or parks aren't maintained and we go back to the brown summers that we've had in past years. Those all have cause and effects, and so what we need individual appetite on tonight is, should we be building a budget with the 350 to 1.3, or should we be building a budget with the 2.3 to 3.3 million forecast of revenue shortfall to our ongoing burn rate is what the question is before you tonight. How you get there is going to come in our actual budget committee meetings. We're not here to discuss if we're going to remove positions or we're going to vary on service levels or remove deferred maintenance. That's part of the budget you guys will review. Tonight is just around your appetite for a tax levy. Do you want the permanent tax rate at $4.52, or do you want to bring on the remaining 50 cents of the $1.50 and have it be at $5.02?
Meredith?
Does that answer your question, Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. I was seeking clarification. At the end of this meeting, we're not going to vote as a body to recommend that you prepare the budget. We're just going to say what we individually want, and then you will kind of...
This is not a business meeting, this is a work session. No action can be taken in a work session.
So will we have another meeting where we officially recommend that you prepare?
Once the budget committee meets in May, the first meeting of the budget committee of the year has to be when the budget is presented. That is by Oregon state law, and that will be the first meeting at which any action can be taken.
My personal impression at this time is to prepare the budget with the additional 50 cents.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was curious, what is the value of the city service fee and what's the inflationary change that we expect to see on that?
The value, it is equivalent to the 50-cent change, give or take. It's a $2 million is the amount of it, and the percent increase is based on CPI, so it is very close to the increase that we see. It's at 3% for right now.
So essentially, if we eliminated the city service fee and brought in the additional tax levy of 50 cents, we'd be at zero?
It would be a zero over this year, yes. So we would need to cut 2.3 million from next year. Yes.
I have one follow-up question as well. How many vacancies do we have, and what's the vacancy saving opportunity right now?
Right now, I don't have the total. I will tell you in police, we have the vacancies we anticipated have held. So we do have quite a bit of vacancy savings in police at around $500,000, a little more than $500,000 in police.
Okay. And what about the other departments?
Yes, so there's a few, I would have to pull it up here. I can pull it up, but,
We have a couple of vacancies in Public Works, just from internal promotions and retirement that we're working on filling, and then the Parks and Rec Director position.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Those vacancies that we do have, are those required vacancies to fill, or are they nice to have? Sorry, did I say something wrong? Yeah?
First, I need to apologize. I also forgot that there are a couple vacancies in planning as well, so want to note those. And the answer to your question, to maintain current service levels, those positions would need to be filled.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so anybody want to throw out their opinion on the 50 cents? Counselor Chenoweth?
Yeah, I'd love to see the city service fee go away, and I'd be willing to compromise and bring back the last 50 cents to make that happen.
I agree with Counselor Chenoweth.
Okay, so that's just Counselor Payne and Counselor Chenoweth.
I ask a question on that, Mayor.
Yes, you may.
On the city service fee, is it that it's a city service fee, or would you entertain it being repurposed as public safety or parks or anything else?
I would entertain anything that's put on the ballot to allow the voters to vote and say, yes, they're willing to pay a specifically dedicated fee. I'd be in favor for that. But in absence of that, I do not want that fee any longer in any form.
Thank you.
Counselor Payne, can you answer that too?
I would be open for a discussion on even reducing the city services charge. I wholly want it to go away, and I'm not sure that that the city is actually capturing the full amount, because when you go on to pay your utility bill, you can deselect the city services charge. There's no collection. There's no way to, if people aren't paying it, people aren't paying it. So I don't think that we're capturing that to the extent. Also, as a business owner and a homeowner, I'm frustrated with the fact that, and this may be minor to people who are able to afford higher living standards than I can, but I can't write off the city services charge on my taxes. I can write off my property taxes, but I cannot write off the city services charge. So I feel like there's a trade opportunity for that. But if the city services charge were to stay online, I would like it to see it go to the voters. And then I think in the relationship to going to the voters, it needs to be dedicated for public safety or Parks and Rec. But I think if we're pursuing another bond potential, that city services fee's got to go.
Counselor Peralta, did you have a comment?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. I would say that ever since we adopted the city services fee and started and set up the fire district, The intention had been from the beginning to gradually increase to gradually increase the tax rate until we used the entire $5. We have followed the path that we set originally in terms of incrementing those up. There were people that wanted that to happen more quickly. There's people that wanted it to happen more slowly. But, you know, we did a lot of work in the last budget to make cuts, to look at the budget, to take a scalpel to the budget. And at the end of last year, we came to the conclusion that we needed to use the city services fee and the 452 that we added. And what I'm hearing is that there's a 10% increase in the cost of insurance. There's a, you know, it's estimated 3 or 4% increase in staffing costs. Those costs don't go away. So it's really a question of, do we want to lower the service level for the city, reduce the service level, or do we want to maintain the current service level? And I'm of the opinion that we should maintain the current service level. So I'm in favor of going to the 502 and keeping the city services fee. I think that's the most prudent course of action to protect our public services. And if we don't do that, then, you know, it's going to be another very difficult budget and a lot of cuts to places that and programming that people really rely on. And the biggest chunk of it is public safety. Half of it is public safety. So.
Any comments on this side? Councilor Gary?
I am by and large in line with Council President Peralta's perspectives. I just would add what jumped out to me the most, in addition to the lines starting to get further and further away, was the deferred maintenance in the general fund by priority. And I look at that in my mind, and I know that contra to the assumption is in specifics, the government can't spend money that fast. And so if we were to immediately have $3 million to put towards the immediate need projects, it would still take us a while to be able to spend that effectively and accomplish those things. So to me, I look at the immediate and the high as the 1 to 3 year needs. And so that's a nearly $10.5 million nut to crack for those to get started. And to be at the place where we're rolling back revenues and be stared at this, I think we have too many things to do to provide just to start catching up with the base level of services we should be providing for the community. And so this one really jumps out to me, this slide and this fact. That number is pretty huge to be able to. If we don't do that, we really are behind the 8 ball enough that we are really just planning on what we're going to shut down and when, and watch the roads deteriorate and just watch everything deteriorate. And so, to me, it'll be a favor of a full freight budget and try and set ourselves up to start taking a crack at taking care of the community's assets for the long term.
I'm in favor of adding the 50 cents back. I still have concerns like the other two counselors in regards to the city service fee, because it was something that was put on and kind of implied that it was going to be temporary, and it's hard to see how it's going to be temporary. In fact, I don't see how it's not going to increase at some point, because we're going to add 50 cents back, and then next year we're just heading down the road, which is concerning to me. And I agree that I think it would be easier for the community to swallow if they had a buy-in with it, or at least place towards something specific, whether it be our police department, which is important to all of us. I don't know, though, the cost to put it on a ballot to vote for it, though, too. I mean, there's the cost that goes along with that. So it's quite the dilemma that we're in, but I'm just concerned about down the road because of the amount of property taxes that are coming in for our city. Where are we going to be? Because I agree with Sal, too. You don't want to decrease the services that we're offering now. So I don't quite have an answer. Those are my concerns. Victoria?
Thank you. What I keep thinking about is the whole time that I've been on the budget committee. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. The whole time that I've been on the budget committee, I feel like we've been having the same conversation, and we've done a lot to try to bring revenue in and to reallocate revenue with the fire department or the fire district. And it seems like we're still in the same place. So I don't like that we're putting this on the community right now, because I know that a lot of people are struggling financially. So that I'm hesitant to say that, yes, we should charge everyone another 50 cents per thousand. But looking at those numbers, I don't really know what choice we have, because we're already we're trying to dig out of a hole that it doesn't seem like we're able to. So I hope we can find a way to somehow right this. But at this point, I'm in favor of the 50 cents, because I think all the projects that Councilor Geary was mentioning, it's just so much money, and we haven't, that $1 million is all that we've been able to set aside so far out of all this revenue that we've pulled to try to do this. So hopefully we can make progress on it soon.
Councilor Tukalski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to state, you've asked how you'd like us to proceed. I would ask that we do add the 50 cents back or into it. The reason behind that is because that feels like the agreement that we had with our citizens. It feels like we're not adding anything they didn't expect, and that was part of our agreement originally. What does bother me is the city service fee. However, the city service fee keeps us afloat in many areas right now, which is the reason it was there. And I would ask that you come back, Director Henry, perhaps with a model of phasing out the city service fee. I think if you cut it out altogether in a single year, you're going to put us into a predicament we can't handle. But is it possible to phase this out over a 5-year period and find other ways to generate revenue? I don't know if it's possible or not, but I don't see it possible to remove it immediately and totally, but I would like to see it removed, because to me it seems to be an unvoted upon tax on the citizens, and if the citizens are willing to pay that, I would ask that it does get pushed to the ballot.
Thank you. Stephanie?
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with many of the statements I've heard tonight. I also would be in support of the 50 cents, but I also would like to see it at some point go to voters and have voters have their say about whether that continues for the city service fee. Also, as somebody who's worked on a lot of large budgets and worked in school districts where deferred maintenance is a huge issue, I know the unexpected ramifications we can have if we don't deal with deferred maintenance, if we have emergency situations because we haven't dealt with deferred maintenance, or you have to close buildings or close structures, that impacts our citizens. And I also don't want to see us put ourselves in that position, but I would like to see us put something before the voters on the ballot. I would like us to do 50 cents now and then put something on the ballot going forward if we're going to keep doing that for the city service fee. Thank you.
Councilor Payne?
I agree with excuse me, Stephanie and Dan, and I think that raises a good point to Councilor Geary's comments. I appreciate the kind of the context of understanding what's going to be missing, or what the physical cost, like what tangible thing we're losing if the city services charge goes away or even is reduced. The reality is the voters should get to decide what that service level is. If we have potholes, that sucks. If the deferred maintenance continues, that sucks. If we don't get a new, get to make community center improvements, that sucks. But the voters are telling us what they want.
Councilor Chenoweth?
I would just alter the wording a bit and say the taxpayers are telling us what they want us to actually assess them and have in the way of services, as opposed to us deciding on behalf of them what we think they want us to have. And I think that's why you put it before the voters, is because you're really putting that question before them to say, do you want the services? This is what it's going to take to pay for them. And then you've got buy-in, you've done it the right way. It's harder, it's more difficult. I mean, the reality is, and I don't mean this as a pejorative or a negative, but it doesn't, my experience in various different government investigating into budgets that I have done through the years is it really doesn't matter how much money you give government, they'll spend it. And I do know that we have been in a tight situation, but I love the comment that you made just a few minutes ago, that it doesn't matter how much money we've given, we find ourselves in the same spot, which leads me to that same predicament. And I also believe that some of those assumptions, the two that I pointed out, are very important assumptions to consider. PERS is volatile, both directions. We don't know what that's going to look like year to year. And construction, we have some major potential increases in construction over the next 3 to 5 years coming to this community. So there are potentials of revenues that could be coming this direction outside of what has been discussed or were built into these projections. So I would continue to urge that we really consider taking the service fee out of the budget. This year we've got the money to do it. This is the time to put it before the voters. This is the time to let them have a say. Thank you.
Okay, let me go here and then there. Councilor Cunningham?
Yeah. Everything, it is a impossible task, I feel like. And this committee specifically, and thank you to all the new members, by the way, stepping up is fun. We've crunched, and unfortunately, because I think of where we're at with not being in a public budget meeting specifically, we can't actually put forth like savings right now, right? So I think there are some savings out there, and I think I'm actually going to go against what you would normally expect me to do, and that is to say, I do believe our taxpayers, our community members are really struggling. I do believe that we know that Oregon is in a recession. I think it is going to continue for a bit, but I'm not an expert in that. But I am actually going to go against adding the 50 cent. I would leave the city services fee for this year, because I think we'll get a broader picture of where we're actually going to be at the next budget cycle. I completely understand that we by not having it, the city services fee specifically be dedicated to a specific thing, it's kind of hard for us to get our arms around, especially the taxpayers. And so I think that when it's this amorphous thing that just kind of goes in the general fund, it's hard to say like this is exactly what it's for. And I would say I did a quick little research. You know, the last time I think we were up here, 32 cities in Oregon had a city services fee. Now it's 50 cities have a city services fee. I think we will, because Measure 5 and 50 have broken the system, we will continue to see city services be something that is a tool used to make up the gap. I would also state, because understanding that the 50 cent not being added on does apply a significant amount more pressure, I think we're going to be right back to switching to a month and a half when we meet in May. And so I might just say that we should change the policy to specifically go to a month and a half right now so that they're able to build a budget that is more realistic, and that we're not just going to be adding stuff back in. Because I think we will definitely see similar cuts to the budget as last year. Thank you.
Councilor Tukalski, you were next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The thing I wanted to state, just Director Henry, was I don't have any appetite for removing any kind of deferred maintenance opportunities. I'd like to see us continue to maintain our buildings, Mr. Garvin, you said that we have 10x what we had already, which is something I appreciate. We can't continue to let our buildings continue to deteriorate. Those are our assets, and our people expect those to work well, and they expect them to be safe. So I'd ask that you continue to do that. Just because we have a city service fee doesn't mean that we should look at other cities and see that 50 cities are currently doing that right now. Yeah, it's a way to get around Measure 5 and Measure 50, but again, we're continuing to tax people in a way that we found possible. It still doesn't make it right because it skirts Measure 5, Measure 50. So I would not support continuing with the city service fee if possible. So the deferred maintenance, though, is one that I wanted to stress. I'd like to continue to build for that one. Thank you.
Thanks. I would just,
Peralta?
thank you, Mayor. I would just like to reality set for the group. If we go forward with keeping one but not the other, it doesn't change our position. Doesn't change our position. We're still going to have the future years of not having revenues match expenses. And it's not because of anything that members on this body are doing or not doing. Those costs are real. We've made an effort to, and continue to make an effort to try and right-size existing city services, look for ways to provide services without expanding them, cut things that are less effective. All these things that are things that we're doing. But the budget that they've presented us, I mean, this is the same basic information she gave all of us at the last round of budget committee meetings. And so I guess I'm failing to see the logic of sort of creating our own cliff. Because if we say we're going to increase the increment 50 cents this year, and then in future years we're going to get rid of the city services charge, I just think it's not realistic. Because in 5 years, healthcare is going to increase 10% year over year, and wages are going to increase 3% year over year. And so where do we at that point get the money? We will be tapped out at the maximum of what we can assess. So then the only place to go is cutting services. You know, and that may be fine for folks, but it's going to be a long, steady decline of service level in the city. I mean, unless we make the decision that we're going to fund this budget, do what we said we were going to do. And I do want to push back a little bit. I mean, I was in every one of those city services meetings, and the one area where I feel like the city really failed was to not dedicate those funds to public safety and to certain programming rather than putting it directly into the general fund. Because I think then community members could know this is what it's for. But I also think like putting it to a vote after you've budgeted it, the way that breaks down in the year is that you create a cliff. If they don't vote it in, then you've got a bunch of emergency cuts that we need to make. So there's probably a way to do that if it's going to go to a vote, that it's more forward-looking, so that if it does not get passed, it doesn't collapse our budget for that year. And in the years past, when it's been suggested, well, we should put this to a vote in November, when we're doing our budget meetings in March and April and May, the timing of it just doesn't work. So I'm just really concerned about the long-term fiscal health of the city without the city services fee. I've been uncomfortable with increasing the rates year over year, as people know, but I'm just as concerned about the loss of services in 3 years or 5 years. So all of us want to do all the things. We want to fix all the buildings, and we want to have all the forward-facing services, and nobody wants, and we don't want to pay for them. But the difficult part is paying for them, right? Because we don't want to tax people more what they can't afford. But I don't know. I'm just concerned that if we do one, put this to the vote, then that forecloses that as an option for the city if it doesn't pass, and then we're in the situation of cuts to police, cuts to library, cuts to all these services that people rely on and expect from a city. So, thank you.
Is there an appetite for specifically naming the city service fee to something specific?
Yes.
Okay.
Not for me, because to me, that's just a budgetary, I hate to use this word, but it's just a budgetary gimmick. Because what you're really doing is freeing up general fund dollars one way or another to spend how you want to spend them. You're just taking and saying, well, this is where now we're not going to use these general fund dollars because we have this specific allocated fund. So it's just an accounting maneuver. It doesn't really still put a vote give the opportunity for the voters to say, yes, we're willing to give you this money. We do want these services to be paid for in this way. And I think a couple of things that I'd like to respond to. First, part of my concern is the assumptions, right? I mean, just as an example, the 10% year-over-year medical costs. Well, bless the Lord, my medical cost went down this year. I would not have thought that was possible, but my group health plan for my employees dropped by 16.3%, and I'm giving better policy than I gave last year for my employees. So, you know,
It's not the norm.
it is not the norm. It is not the norm. I understand that, but it is an assumption, and an assumption is just that, an assumption. So I struggle with the assumptions, particularly when I look at Linfield College getting ready to develop out, when I look at Landing getting ready to develop out, when I'm looking at Southwest Area Plan in the process of being opened up for another area for development for more housing. An assumption with no increase based on development makes zero sense to me.
Those are going to be a while, though, before there's something there to tax.
Fair, but
so
this
we
is
have
a
to
5-year
keep that in mind.
projection.
Yeah.
So
I'm
at any
gonna-
rate, I would like to see this in front of the voters. I would like it in front of the voters as specifically detailed for a specific fund, yes. But no, not just changing it.
Councilor Geary.
Yeah, I think just maybe direction for staff as we move the budget process forward as a recommendation, as a compromise on what I'm hearing some themes of is prepping information on propping up a levy that then could be communicated such that upon passage, the city elects to sundown the city service fee itself and onboard the levy. If the discussion is public safety levy, if the discussion is parks levy, if it's a maintenance levy or some sort of levy, then it props up that appropriate fund, it's voter approved, and then the city service fee that the council and the budget committee put on can then be sundowned, hand in hand like we did with the fire district and the lowering of the rate at the $1.50 and making that decision. But that could be a potential compromise where it props up that other arm and then it allows us to throttle that down when that is, so we don't have a large delta or a gap in the budget calendar where money isn't coming in that we need to maintain, and it allows the community to have their say in that dollars.
Councilor Peralta.
I just have a question about levies and how that would be affected by compression, or would it?
Yes, it would be, and that's part of the reason that cities go to a service fee instead, because they are not impacted by compression. And we're approaching that already, and so if you add an operating levy, then it just reduces all the other levies, how much can go to any of the other levies in there, as opposed to a debt levy that is not subject to that compression.
So simplifying this for my dumb mind, that basically means that, like, if you have a levy, it won't necessarily yield the financial benefit that we were expecting from that, because some of that's going to be absorbed through that compression.
That's correct.
I know we have some new members, and I don't want to put on the spot. Okay, Fanny.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. I agree with Councilor Chenoweth that I would support the 50 cents being added on, but I do believe the service fee needs to go in front of the voters. And so I would like to see that removed.
Yes, Meredith?
I understand that people are upset with how the city service fee rolled out. I was also in all those meetings. I was new to the budget committee, so I was mostly listening at the time. But we were presented with a lot of different options and a lot of research, and it was very in-depth. And so it felt like we were making pretty informed decisions. So I understand that people aren't happy about it, so I understand that maybe the need to sunset it, but I would not want to sunset it without a revenue source in place. And maybe it's taking it to the voters, but I wouldn't want to sunset it before, because it just seems like we do come back every year and expenses keep going up. Also, I wanted to clarify about all the new development and building that we're hoping to see in McMinnville. My understanding is that will raise revenue, but also raise expenses, because the drain on the city and what it provides to those areas will go up at the same time, correct?
Correct, and I think the other point that needs to be in context with that is there's significant, in all those examples, whether it's Linfield, McMinnville Landing, or the Southwest Area Plan, very significant infrastructure costs that need to be addressed downstream to service those areas. Not just talking the developer initial cost of developing those sites, but the downstream needs in the system before those things can even come online. So the auspice that those have the potential to be online in a 5-year window is completely false, unless the council as a policy body wants to make significant policy shifts in addressing the unfunded deferred maintenance of infrastructure within the organization. And from the city service fee perspective, in the policy it was tied to CPI. Yes, it came about because of a budgetary shortfall, but it was never from the dais or in a budget committee meeting or from city staff put out that it was going to ever be sunsetted. There is no sunset clause in it. It was never laid out to the citizens from city staff that it was a temporary fix. Yes, it was laid out in public communications by non-city staff, by residents and taxpayers, but it was never communicated from the dais or city staff that this was a temporary fix. This was always an ongoing revenue source, and $13 is a fraction of what you see in Dallas, Newburgh, Amity, or various other very close communities that are non-metro communities.
Counselor Chenoweth.
I would caution you using other cities, because when you use other cities, you're not taking into effect or into account all of the different taxing mechanisms and how they combine together. You're not taking in their base property tax. You're not taking in any of the other fees. And the last time this was done, Newburgh was cited. And when you actually total up what Newburgh is bringing in, they are actually bringing in less revenue per capita than what we're bringing in. So be careful using other cities in your analysis.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there's different permanent tax rates from other cities. I was speaking to the fact that our fee is very nominal when you compare fee directly to directly, but the per capita is a context to look at things holistically for each individual city's taxpayer. I would agree with that.
It's a more fair way to look at it, because you're understanding what they're actually paying as a whole individually and what that's costing the citizens. And when you compare McMinnville to Newburgh, there's not a comparison there.
David or Sarah, did you, not to put you on the spot, you don't have to say anything, but if you wanted the opportunity, just want to give it to you. It's okay. Anyone else?
I did just want to say,
David?
For those of you in this room that know me, I'm pretty opinionated on this stuff, but for lack of more information, I'm going to go ahead and not form an opinion right now.
No worries. Counselor Peralta?
yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, when we look at cities like Newburgh, for example, they have, you know, a different setup for their recreational district. They have a recreation district, not a city-run one. So it is sometimes apples to oranges when you compare cities. But I think when you look across all Oregon cities, we're pretty much in the norm in terms of taxing. And I think anything that suggests that we're sort of on the high end overall on a tax basis is just not accurate.
Any other comments? I'm not sure where we're going to go if we take away the service fee. I mean, I think the next year we're going to be in the same spot, which is unfortunate. I would like to have it specified to a certain reason why we're getting it, and to know that comes from all ratepayers instead of just property tax as well. Not that we want to charge anybody any money, but we also have to run a city. So it's not exactly where I want to be, but I feel like that's where we have to be. It's just my opinion. Councilor Tukalski?
Yeah, I had a question for Director Henry and Manager Garvin. The council lately has been giving some challenging direction, and I have a question for you two. Do you have enough information to move forward from this meeting, or do you need to have more information specifically from us?
Clearer direction would always be helpful, but what I have tonight is 4 budget committee members are against the 50 cents, 6 are in favor, 2 are a non-answer, and 1's a maybe. So with that, with what you guys shared, unless you have additional to add, I would like to prepare a budget with the 502 coming online, and through the budget committee meetings, if you guys want to make $2.3 million in cuts instead of $300,000 in cuts, that's up to you as budget committee members, but there's not clear direction tonight for us to not prepare a budget with the 502, and so that's the most prudent thing to do for the organization and maintain upping our deferred maintenance budget and our capital reserves to do that. So that will put the onus on you guys during those budget committee meetings to make those hard decisions if you want to pull back and go to the 452 from what I've heard tonight.
Can you also tell the budget committee or find the information out as if it does go to the voters, what the cost to the city is for that?
That would depend on what election it went and what else was on the ballot. So when there was 2 things on the ballot this last go around in November, that was $61,000 in just election clerk costs. That's not counting staff time, consultant time, or anything else to prepare what we put on the budget. If there's more things on the budget, there's less clerk costs, but that would all depend on when and what election you put it on.
Okay, that gives a good guideline for the budget committee to keep in mind. Okay, any final thoughts, or we're going to close? Oh, hello, Sarah.
Hello. So rather than operate in nebulousness, I will voice my opinion so that you have some clarity, but I would be in favor of the 50 cents. So if that adds to the tally of the 6 yeses, then you can make it 7.
Thank you, Committee Member Hunter.
All right, it's 6:43. I'm going to give you one last round of questions. If not, I'm going to close the meeting. All right. I'm going to close the work session at 6:43, and audience members, we will be back at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, it's 7 o'clock, and it is time for the city council meeting. I'd like to call it to order, and Claudia, roll call.
Counselor Payne? Here. Counselor Geary?
Good evening.
Counselor Cunningham?
Good trouble.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Present.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Here.
Council President Peralta?
Here.
Mayor Morris?
Here. Now, if you're able to stand, please stand, and we'll lead in the pledge. Now it's time for public comments. Any interested audience members are invited to provide comments, and any comment provided that requires some type of follow-up will be assigned to a staff member. Anyone may speak on any topic other than a matter in litigation, a land use decision that is or will be in front of the city council, or a matter scheduled for a public hearing at some future date. Comments will be limited to 4 minutes per person for a total of 32 minutes. It is my understanding that we already have several pre-registered members and likely not going to get to everyone. So if you would like to submit written comments, please email the city recorder team. Those on Zoom, the email is found on the chat function. I know we have a lot of people here tonight again. Thank you so much for coming. We do appreciate you coming, and we have been listening to all your comments. All I ask is just please be kind and respectful. And if you are able to get to your point, that's great. We can add someone else to the list in order to get more comments. So thank you for coming. And Councilor Peralta wanted to say a couple words before we start.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everybody coming with their comments. We had a bit of a breakdown in civility in the last meeting. I think that should be a cause for all of us to try and do a little better. So what I'd like to ask today is if we can try and do this meeting more of the Oregon way, where people are going to say things at the lectern or behind the dais that might upset you. And what I'd ask people to do is sit and listen respectfully, and then when it's your turn to talk, you'll say what you want to say, and everybody else will sit and listen respectfully. Can we get an agreement that that's how we're going to do things tonight? Okay. Thanks. And again, this is definitely a place to air your concerns and grievances, so we definitely want to hear those. But like the mayor said, let's just try and keep it respectful and civil tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Sal. Councilor Peralta, sorry. Claudia, can you please let us know who's up first?
Yes, and before we begin, I do want to state for the record that we received an email from Peter Howland that was emailed to the City Council today and will be part of the amended packet posted tomorrow. First up, we have Jimena Van Dyke.
Nice to see you again.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Mayor Morris. Good evening, councilors. My name is Jimena Van Dyke. I am a McMinnville resident, and today I'm here representing Unidos Bridging Community. I would like to respectfully address Councilor Chenoweth regarding the statements made about our organization during the previous council meeting. Councilor Chenoweth, you stated that you were very disappointed in our organization and suggested that we cause division, fear, and encourage the obstruction of federal law. You also noted that we have not had direct conversation because we have not invited you to one, though I will also note that you have not sought one out. Those statements made it clear to me that you do not yet have a full understanding of who we are, what we do, or why we exist. For that reason, I do not take your remarks personally. In the same spirit, I want to be clear. I also do not have enough context about you to make assumptions beyond what was said. Despite our differences, I do believe that we share common ground. I believe we both care deeply about this community, and I want to say this plainly. If there ever came a day when your family needed the kind of support that the families we serve rely on, I would not hesitate to show up for you and yours. Another area of common ground I hope we have is the understanding that relying on the same sources, the same voices, and the same perspectives will never produce a full or accurate understanding. That is called confirmation bias. And it limits meaningful dialogue and good governance. I do not want to make assumptions, and I do not want to contribute to division. So tonight, I am publicly inviting you, Councilor Chenoweth, to meet with me. I do so publicly to hold us both accountable to learning, to listening, and to leading with integrity. And in the spirit of bridging communities, I will now use my remaining time to repeat this statement in Spanish so our Spanish-speaking community can also be fully present in the space where they belong. Buenas noches, alcalde Morris y concejales. Mi nombre es Jimena Van Dyke, soy residente de McMinnville, y esta noche estoy representando a Unidos Bridging Community. Quiero dirigirme respetuosamente al concejal Chenoweth en respuesta a los comentarios que hizo sobre nuestra organización en la reunión anterior del Consejo. Concejal Chenoweth, usted expresó estar muy decepcionado de nuestra organización y sugirió que causamos división, miedo y que alentamos la obstrucción de la ley federal. También dijo que no hemos tenido una conversación directa porque no lo hemos invitado, aunque también es importante decir que usted tampoco ha buscado esa conversación. Esos comentarios dejaron claro que no cuenta con toda la información ni el contexto necesario sobre quiénes somos, qué hacemos y por qué existimos. Por esa razón, no tomo sus palabras de una manera personal. De esta misma forma, reconozco que yo tampoco tengo suficiente contexto sobre usted como para hacer suposiciones más allá de lo que dijo públicamente. A pesar de nuestras diferencias, creo que tenemos algo en común, el cuidado y el bienestar de esta comunidad. Y quiero decirle claramente, si algún día su familia necesitara el mismo tipo de apoyo que las familias que nosotros ayudamos, yo no dudaría en apoyarlos. También espero que compartimos otra verdad importante, el saber que si escuchamos a las mismas personas y las mismas fuentes que confirman nuestras creencias, no obtenemos una visión completa. Eso se llama sesgo de confirmación y limita el diálogo y las buenas decisiones. No quiero hacer suposiciones ni contribuir a la división, por eso esta noche lo invito públicamente, concejal Chenoweth, a reunirse conmigo. Lo hago de manera pública para que ambos seamos responsables de escuchar, aprender y liderar con integridad. Gracias por su tiempo. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, since that was directed to me, may I give a brief response to that? And I promise it will be very brief.
Make sure it's constructive.
It will be very constructive. Thank you very much for bringing that opportunity to sit down with you. I welcome it and would look forward to it. So let's make sure if you happen to stay through the meat of this long meeting, let's make sure we meet afterwards and set a time and place for it to happen. If not, I will make sure contact occurs so it does happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Claudia?
Next, we have Allison Larkin.
Welcome, Allison.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm a little shaky, so this might be hard. This message will come from a place of gratitude and also grief. I want to begin with sincere gratitude to the council members, and you know who you are, who have spoken up, asked thoughtful questions, and shown courage and compassion, especially when it may not have been easy. Thank you. That kind of leadership matters, and it helps to build trust in our community. I also want to acknowledge and thank the city for the work that has gone into identifying starting points of 5 areas of focus in response to the recent federal immigration activity. Naming concrete steps, clarifying detentions, ensuring lawful process, providing clear public information, seeking accurate data, and considering a broader economic community impacts is meaningful. It shows a willingness to engage rather than ignore, and I want to recognize that effort. Thank you. At the same time, I want to gently but clearly say this work cannot stop here. These 5 items are a beginning and not a conclusion. Our community is asking for continued movement and creativity. Solutions may not always be straightforward, but leadership often requires us to stretch beyond what feels familiar or comfortable. I also want to speak to the importance of listening deeply and intentionally to our immigrant community. Policies and action steps are strongest when they are shaped by the voices of the most impacted. Immigrant families in McMinnville carry firsthand knowledge of what is happening on the ground, where fear shows up, where confusion does exist, and what trust has been lost or even strengthened. Listening to these voices is not about politics, it's about effective governance, public safety, and human dignity. I encourage the council to ensure that this work continues and that the voices are considered and actively included. They could be through community listening sessions or partnerships with trusted local organizations and culturally responsive outreach. I know this work and these conversations are very difficult. Emotions run high and fatigue shows up, but when responses feel dismissive, it does send a message not just to advocates like me, but to families who already feel invisible and afraid. And I invite all of us to stay open and curious and respectful, even when we disagree, and that is also leadership. I want to briefly share one of the reasons this matters so deeply to me. My mother was someone who deeply believed in standing up for people and who were being overlooked and treated unfairly. She did that work in her own way, sometimes quietly, but always persistently, because she believed that caring for the community is a responsibility. I know without question that she would encourage me to be here and keep showing up, lending my voice where others cannot safely lend them. If she was sitting right here next to me right now, she would tell me to choose courage over silence and compassion over comfort. On Monday, it'll be the 2-year anniversary of my mother's death. Grief has a way of stripping life down to what truly matters, and in that space of loss, I learned how vulnerable it feels to navigate systems that are overwhelming, scary, and exhausting, and how powerful it is when someone shows up anyway and listens anyway. I ask that you guys all do the same to the community that cannot show up sometimes. I believe that McMinnville can lead with humanity and courage, and I ask you to keep going and keep listening and keep building on what you have started. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Larkin. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew. I'm a resident of McMinnville. I want to start by apologizing for the actions and my comments in the gallery last meeting. When soiled misinformation enters public record, it's difficult to stay silent. The truth is, though, I do respect you all. I respect the work you do, and I respect your voluntary service. I appreciate you taking time to prepare remarks at these meetings, and I apologize for interrupting your time to speak. I want to clarify that I'm not here because someone asked me to be here. I don't work for an activist organization. I'm not paid for by George Soros. I'm not even paid for the youth organization I represent. I'm here because friends within my community and within my organization are hurting, they are scared, they are worried, and they are afraid. Last meeting, we heard a confrontational monologue from the dais full of propaganda, politicized rhetoric, and blatant misinformation. We suffered through comments that danced with racism, dishonesty, and misogyny. What stood out to me most is when one council member spoke directly to the youth in the room and discredited their fears completely. It was symbolic in so many ways, sadly, watching a white man on a podium speak down to people of color, demanding that they have nothing to fear, while there was quite literally an army outside seeking to apprehend folks who look just like them. It was hurtful to hear. It was hurtful to hear such a public attempt to wash away the feelings of the kids who spoke such vulnerable truths. In recent months, our McMinnville soccer community has been shaken by 2 immigrant detentions characterized not by due process, but by terror. We are talking about masked men brandishing weapons while using vulgar, violent language in front of families. One incident escalated into a high-speed entrapment that left windows shattered and children zip-tied. On the side of the road, surrounded by masked men with guns. Kids can't hide from these realities, and in instances like these are not fading into the past. ICE is escalating. These stories touch me. These stories spread from our soccer practices into the classrooms where our children learn. They seep into the souls of these children who hear these stories, not just from the families who experience this firsthand, but from other students in their class. All of our children are at risk of this trauma, not just those directly affected by the actions. We must be clear, no child should have to suffer these realities, and no community should remain silent while the children are traumatized. Fortunately, both individuals I speak of have been returned to their families, which should tell you something about the legalities of these detentions. Last meeting, a list of items was discussed. While it was unclear what the next steps and what we can expect are, I want to thank the council for prioritizing this list, specifically Councilor Peralta. I commend your hard work and compassion in giving this vulnerable community a voice. It's vital we move this conversation into action immediately. As we've seen in the media, there are escalations in tactics, and it's only a matter of time before those tactics appear here in McMinnville. There are easy and inexpensive ways, minimal actions that could be taken tomorrow that would work towards a safer McMinnville. The Oregon DOJ Model Policy 5 is very clear. Public assets cannot support federal immigration. This means ICE cannot use parking lots like at Joe Dancer and Discovery Meadows. There could be signs posting these regulations and restrictions. Will this stop ICE? No. Will it prevent ICE from detaining people? No. Will it send a clear message to the people who live here that we care? Yes. Please make action happen.
Next, we have Ames Beerley.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ames Beerley. I am a McMinnville resident. I would like to speak to numbers 1 and 4 from the list of possible actions the city can take in response to ICE activity in McMinnville. Number 1, identification of persons detained, confirmation that it was an immigration-based detention, and notification of family. And number 4, request data from the federal government on individuals arrested in McMinnville and the stated basis for arrest. An immigration attorney in Dilley, Texas, recently captured the sounds of children shouting "Libertad" and "Let us go," and parents holding signs reading "Libertad para los niños," liberty for the children, freedom for the children, in a detention center. I want to echo Councilor Cunningham's words from this weekend. We have been silent too long. The more we say our hands are tied and we don't want to risk retribution from the federal government, the more we are agreeing to collaborate with these atrocities. I believe McMinnville is better than this. Children from McMinnville could be next to be shipped off to prisons in other states, as has happened to a 5-year-old from Minnesota. Identifying those detained and asking the federal government for data about our own residents that they've taken from us is the bare minimum and should be approved by anyone with the best interests of their constituents in mind. In 100 years, what will our grandchildren and great-grandchildren say about what we should have done, what we should have risked to save children from imprisonment? I know what I grew up hearing about those who didn't fight back hard enough against fascism in other eras of our history. If we choose to act out of fear for what an unhinged, tyrannical leader could bring down on our heads, instead of acting out of what we know is right in our hearts, protecting children and everyone who deserves to...
We have Michael Quillen. Michael. Amanda Pawanka. Karen Staben.
I'm glad you're here.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Karen Staben. I am a homeowner.
Just one moment. Just one moment. Is the mic, the green on, and if it is?
It is.
You bring it
Can
just
you
a little
hear me
closer,
now?
closer to you? That'd be great.
I am Karen Staben. I'm a homeowner, a voter, and a taxpayer. I'm also the granddaughter of immigrants, which I'm going to bet some of you are as well. I come here to ask you to do some very simple things because, to be honest with you, I'm an old white woman and I'm afraid. I'm not brown. I am a citizen and I'm afraid. So I'm asking that the City Council, if you need, enact a state of emergency, if that allows you to access funds and do things that you cannot do regularly. I'm asking that you require any ICE or Border Patrol agents to identify themselves, to remove their masks. I'm asking that you direct the police to actively protect the residents of McMinnville from illegal warrants, from the use of force, from interference of those of us who wish to practice our First Amendment rights. If you cannot bring yourselves to stand with your people who are frightened, and I wish it were hyperbole, terrorized by what is happening, if you cannot stand with your people against warrantless arrests, and now they're talking about coming into our homes without a warrant, the separation of children from their parents, if you cannot oppose the gassing, jailing, killing of people using their First Amendment rights, then take a stand for economics. This is having a direct impact on the economy of McMinnville. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because a 5-year-old was used as bait. A nurse was killed for rendering aid and filming, yes, but standing against violence. My grandparents came here as children. They were not citizens when my mother and my father were born. There was no family left. In Poland and Austria and in Germany, please don't be the people who watch the trains go by and say, I didn't know. I was complying with the law. It sounds so fantastical, but it's the reality that our community is living in. It's the reality that the teachers I train for special ed are living in. It's the reality of their students and their families, of the people you serve. We can do better, and I'm asking you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lauren Sinclair.
Good evening. City Council and Mayor, thank you for more time. For those watching, sorry, I'm really scattered today. I've been scattered for a while now because of everything going on in the community. I'm Lauren Sinclair. I'm a McMinnville resident. I'm the daughter of an immigrant. And I would like to speak for myself and many of my friends when I say that I also was very grateful to hear the list of actions read by Councilor Peralta last week, and so glad that the council as a whole moved to gather more information. I would also like to emphasize how much I believe the first and fourth actions on that list would make a significant difference, and also make a difference in who is showing up here and what we're saying, which I think we all would like to see change. I'm a mother of what many people have told me is the cutest preschooler in the world, and I would like to be home during her bedtime and not doing this. I think we all have feelings like that, and surely counselors, you do, because you are public servants doing this work. When I look around at the people who are taking risks and volunteering to show up when ICE does sweep our community, I see a lot of other parents of young children like me. And I would really rather see what we see in action number 1, which is if we are able to move, that our city seeks the identification of persons detained, confirmation that an immigration arrest has occurred as opposed to kidnapping or criminal activity, notification of next of kin. That sounds to me like our trained McMinnville LEs, law enforcement officers, could do that work instead of moms and dads. And that's what I would really like to see happen in our community. I don't want to do this work, and I'm only doing it because if I stay home with my daughter, then her little friends, their parents are the ones who could get pulled over. If my mother is pulled over by ICE because her green card brings her to their attention, I would like to be notified as next of kin so that I could call her lawyer and expedite finding out where she's being taken and expedite getting her released because she's done all her paperwork correctly, but they take people first and ask questions later. She is a legal citizen, a volunteer at her church and local elementary school. She is a mother and a grandmother and a caretaker of her mother too, but she would show up as someone that they would pull over. Related to this, action number 4 on the list is to request data from the federal government on individuals arrested in McMinnville and the stated basis for arrest where legally permissible. As a citizen of McMinnville, I want to know that if my neighbor goes missing, our local government, all of you, and our law enforcement will do everything in your power to find out why they were detained so that we can make sure they have legal representation and a fair shot at pleading their case. I don't want it to be us volunteers anymore. I would like to not show up, and I think y'all would like me to not show up anymore too. So I think we can make that happen for each other. Please keep us up to date on these actions. Please do everything in your power to make them happen. None of us can stop showing up here until things actually change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anna Kesey.
I didn't know I was going to speak because I didn't know that several people were going to be scared and bail, apparently. So I'll just tell you what's on my mind. I have a 19-year-old son who was born in Guatemala, and he is a lifelong McMinnville resident, well, since he was 11 months old. And I have, on his visor over the car he drives, there's insurance, there's registration, and there's citizenship, right? Copies of the documents that say that he's a citizen. Because, and they're not there, they're not in the glove box, because I don't want him to have to reach for them. Maybe that sounds crazy, but it's not that crazy. It's just a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's 2 degrees of difference between what we're seeing all over this country. And I think I want to say, none of you asked to be sitting in these chairs at this catastrophic moment in our history. That is, you're city employees. You've got an enormous municipal plate full of stuff that you are doing that's about funding and zoning and building and, you know, the law and what's happening in elections and who are you representing and so on. I completely get that. And when we ask these things, we're sort of pushing a whole bunch more stuff onto this plate that's already over full. We get it. I completely get that. But history has put you here, right? History just happens to have put you here. And we know we're living in a really fragmented media environment. So we're not all operating with the same information, right? Okay. Many of us here are gathering information from, you know, a wide variety of sources that may not overlap that much with the sources that you all are getting information from. But I would hope that you could be curious about why we're here. As Lauren says, this is not for fun, right? It's not for grins. I'd rather be home reading a mystery or watching like some kind of show. But it's a matter of conscience as an Oregonian and an American, I know that what I says it's doing, catching bad guys, is not what it's doing. It's not catching bad guys. That's way in the past. We know there is robust evidence to the contrary. And I believe that it's not going to stop there, that we are seeing messaging that says naturalized citizens are next, naturalized citizens who, it'll probably be for expressing, for dissenting with the government. And then dissenting, naturalized citizens, I mean, think about how many naturalized citizens you know. It includes my 19-year-old child and his half-brother who lives in Cincinnati and his half-sister who lives in...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Cooley.
Welcome.
Thanks. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I'm also going to talk about the first and fourth items on the list of proposed actions and direct my comments to some of the concerns, reservations that were expressed about those particular items by members of the Council. And a lot of those concerns and reservations focused on the topic of risk to the city, risk to city employees, risk to public safety employees. And so I want to talk specifically about risk and what that involves. Everything government does, everything the community does, everything the city does entails risk, produces risk. And what city leaders are called upon to do most of the time is choose between the risk of doing one thing or the risk of doing something else or the risk of doing nothing at all. Everything entails some risk. So when these concerns are brought up, I think it's important to understand that to manage the risk, to make good decisions, you have to have a clear understanding of what the risks are that you're talking about. You have to understand them on a granular detail. And a lot of times that's what people from the staff, from the committees do, is provide that granular detail to this council so you guys can make informed decisions. You're a little bit on your own here because you don't have a committee or specific staff members available to do that. But I would argue that there are resources available. Certainly you've got a city attorney, you've got a highly qualified chief of police, and you have resources outside of this city itself. You have your insurance pool and the insurance provider that can provide you with expert advice about risks to public safety employees or city employees in general. And when we talk about that kind of risk, I think it's important to focus on what the granular details are. And I can only think of offering a kind of a hypothetical example that isn't, in fact, a very hypothetical one. If federal law enforcement officers right now were traveling down 2nd Street, right outside this building, in plain clothes, in an unmarked vehicle, at 3 times the speed limit, if an MPD officer observed that right now, tonight, what would they do? What would happen? Now, I think we don't need to ask that question because I think we all know the answer to it is they would, if they perceived as a reasonable police officer what they thought was a crime going on, they would initiate pursuit, they would attempt to make a stop. And so we need to follow up with that then. What would happen if they made that kind of stop? Would the United States Attorney for the state of Oregon impanel a grand jury seeking an indictment against that police officer? I don't think we need to ask that question either because I think we know the answer to it. But if we do need to ask that question, I think anybody at this dais is available to ask it. And you're more likely than any of us to get an answer from the United States Attorney for the state of Oregon about that. We can make inquiries. We can follow up on some of this stuff. We can try to find out what the answers are before we move forward in this process towards making decisions about it. I think it's very unlikely because the example I offered, it's not that hypothetical. It's actually a real-life thing that does infrequently, but occasionally happen in real-life law enforcement. It's not usual that federal law enforcement operate the way they do right now, but when it happens, sometimes these things happen, and I would argue that I don't think MPD officers are going to be facing criminal indictment for pursuing what they think is a reasonable
Thank you.
law enforcement activity. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Last, we have Linda Hayes.
Welcome, Linda. Either one, whichever you prefer.
All right, I don't care. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm Linda Hayes. I live here in McMinnville. In the interest of time, I'll endeavor to focus on my unique perspective points as a local business owner and community member. My mother was a Spanish-English court interpreter in Yamhill County for over 30 years. Through her work in that capacity, we grew up around stories of the criminal activities of some immigrants, both legal and not. We also grew up with many more stories and relationships with families working their way through the rigorous process of earning citizenship. They worked so hard for a status that we were just born into and took for granted because our ancestors came and did the same. It is fortunate for me at this time in history that my ancestors were white. I'm not being profiled for the color of my skin as many of our community are, whether they are here legally or not, and they are afraid. Others have eloquently spoken on this subject, but I do want to weigh in and say that a society that allows some of its members to live in this kind of fear with the understanding that they will not be supported and protected in equal measure as the rest of us is not a just society. It is a society complicit in abuse and torment. There is no greater torment I can imagine than that of thinking my friends and family members could be bullied, injured, jailed, murdered, or disappeared arbitrarily. But this is not arbitrary. It is systematic. Because of my mom's work, I also grew up thinking of our local law enforcement as the helpers. I still do. I believe they care deeply for this community and the people that live here. The lack of clear direction from our city leaders is harmful to them also. They need to be empowered to protect and serve with clear understanding of how to best do that. Some friends of mine in the toy industry have stores in Minneapolis. One of those friends spoke out publicly against ICE operations, and within 3 hours had ICE officers in their store serving them with an ICE audit. They had 3 days to pull together documentation on the legal status of all their employees. This was clearly a retaliatory action, as they have all part-time white student workers, just like I do. Due to that, I spent today not ordering toys for the new year, but researching what I can do as a business owner to protect myself against legal retaliation if I speak out. And I will speak out, and I will offer sanctuary. How could I not? Last, I want to say that one of the things that has kept me functional with all the heretofore unimaginable things occurring in our nation is the knowledge that we as a community can decide to take care of our community. We get to make our own rules about how we engage with each other. We need to fight like hell for the rights and the well-being of every community member and have open, compassionate conversations with people who have different news sources than we do, because the algorithms aren't going to mix themselves up. I encourage everyone in this room to find someone on the other side of these issues to have regular civil conversations with. Every person in this room, myself included, is gobsmacked that it isn't clear to others that their perspective is accurate. We can't all be right, and we can't stay divided like this. I believe we are being intentionally divided. McMinnville has always worked together, and we need to get to work together. Again, I thank you all for your time and service.
Thank you.
32 minutes.
Okay. So we reached our 32 minutes, so thank you all that spoke, and thank you for being kind and respectful tonight. I very much appreciate that. If you didn't get to speak and still want to submit something, again, send it to the city recorder, and we do get all of those emails, and we do read them all. So thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on with our agenda. Reports from counselors on committee and board assignments.
Mayor, before we get to that, we have a presentation tonight.
Oh.
For the McMinnville City birthday. And with that, I'll invite Catherine up to get logged in and present.
Welcome. Sorry I missed you.
First, I want to make sure everybody can hear me.
All right, so before you guys tonight is a presentation about the McMinnville City's birthday and incorporation. There's some discrepancy in that, and so Catherine's a local historian that's put together a good amount of information. Refer you to your packet for a lot of that, as well as the slide deck that she presented. This is the same slide with a couple typos fixed in formatting that she wanted to make final adjustments on today. But what's in your packet is 98% what you're going to see on this slide.
All right, you're on.
Very much. My name's Catherine Hewitt. I'm a historian. I'm a certified records manager, lifetime member of, well, resident of the city of McMinnville, and a proud member of the McMinnville High School bicentennial class of 1976. Meet William Thomas and Sarah Newby. These folks arrived here in McMinnville, in our fine city, as many today, with a goal for a better life. Newby built a cabin near the pedestrian entry of City Park, approximately between our lovely Carnegie Library and the Aquatic Center. Newby secured his land through the Donation Land Act of 1850, and in 1853 began operating a grist mill so that local area farmers could grind their grain locally instead of going all the way to Oregon City and back. Next, he focused on creating the town, developing a portion of his land into a town. It's hard to imagine today that in the early 1850s, there were less than 30 immigrants living here. And awareness about our community was next to nothing. At the same time, people were aware of Lafayette. They knew it as the Athens of the West. It was the center of politics, industry, the economy, and the seat of Yamhill County. Meanwhile, Sebastian Adams, an educator and surveyor, arrived in Yamhill County in 1850. Newby met Adams and, learning of his surveying talent, he told him about an idea for a new town. Setting aside 5 acres of his land, and with Adams' surveying help, Newby laid out McMinnville the namesake of his hometown in Tennessee. The result was the plat you see here. Newby registered his plat with Yamhill County. Two years later, in 1858, Newby obtained a patent on his plat. This plat and the legal measures he took to create McMinnville allowed him to present legal titles for defined lots to early immigrant entrepreneurs in what we know today as our historic downtown district. In exchange, these entrepreneurs invested in constructing buildings on the lots for various business enterprises, including banks, grocery stores, and the blacksmithing business of Sam Cozine, seen here with his wife, Mahala, standing in front of the house they built in the 1890s, which today serves as the home for the McMinnville Downtown Association, which I might say is a brilliant nod to our community's history. Keep in mind, this was all before Oregon statehood, which took place in 1859. By then, McMinnville's immigrant population was 300. And the community continued to grow. This presented a need for a form of governance and the ability to enact local laws and regulations for things like roads, liquor sales, and boundaries. Considering their community's growth and placing a top priority on the well-being of its citizens, a group of local leaders addressed this issue with Oregon's legislature. Since about, let's see, I'm sorry. Lost my place. I've been doing research on McMinnville, its businesses, its schools, government, since about 1984. And since about 2002, I've encountered conflicting dates surrounding the formation of McMinnville's government. Curious, I asked the question, which date represents the McMinnville municipality's birth certificate? To answer this question, I looked at the documentary record. I looked at incorporation, reincorporation, repeal, and corporate dissolution. So I came across a lot of different documents with specifically 2 different dates. So the first question that I really wanted to put forward is, what is a municipality? And it can be a village, town, or a city which has its own local government that's separate from a larger county or state government. And a municipal incorporation involves the creation of a self-governing local body through state-granted authority, which gives the municipality powers to govern locally, levy taxes, provide services, and operate as a distinct entity for public purposes. Key fixtures include legal status, the self-governance, the new municipality can elect its own officials, pass local ordinance, manage its own affairs, define boundaries, a name like the town of McMinnville, powers to grant authority to tax, provide services, planning, enter contracts, own property, sue and be sued, and finally state oversight, which is a process and powers that are governed by state statutes. It's important to note that the Oregon legislature held the power to create municipal governance through special acts until the state's voters enacted the Home Rule Amendment to Oregon's Constitution in 1906. It's also important and worth mentioning that during the 19th century, Oregon law didn't strictly distinguish town from city when it came to incorporation process and status. However, size and development mattered, and for, for towns like McMinnville, there were smaller settlements. Towns like Portland were larger hubs, so they were cities. But it's not uncommon, it was not uncommon for a town to later become a city in recognition through incorporation process. In McMinnville's case, Act 84 of the Oregon legislature is a special act created, it was signed by Governor Lafayette Grover, and it created the town of McMinnville as an incorporated entity, known as a municipality. Act 84, a special act, defined the boundaries and limits of expansion, governance through town trustees, duly elected by the qualified voters of the town, and gave power to those trustees, ordinance enacting clauses, terms of office, limits of borrowing power, and the authority to jail and issue fines for those who violated local ordinances. The act closed with a statement, "Inasmuch as there is a great need of local municipal governance, this act shall take effect and be enforced from and after the approval of the governor." Contemporary newspaper reports of McMinnville's incorporation appeared all over the state. On the 10th anniversary of the first law that went into effect, which was January 1st, 1877, McMinnville's Daily Reporter looked back over 10 years of the first, the election by the people in McMinnville of the trustees. And the trustees were J.C. Cooper. A lot of these names were very familiar to some people here for the names of the streets and things in McMinnville. Andrew Shuck, C.D. Johnson, B.F. Hartman, T.J. Shadden, H.C. Burns. They were all, the town voted to be town trustees. And then they, in turn, elected their president and their chair, C.D. Johnson, and Andrew Shuck was elected the president, and then they had a recorder or a clerk, Henry Warren. So what does it mean to become reincorporated? Municipal reincorporation takes place when a local government entity reestablishes or reaffirms its status as an incorporated municipality. McMinnville reincorporated many times between 1876 and 1882. As cited here, the Douglas Independent in 1878, the Democratic Times in 1880. And many of these, generally, this activity occurred because of increasing boundaries, not unlike what we face today. The Special Act of 1882 reincorporated McMinnville as a city. The governor approved this act, which repealed Act 84 and McMinnville's status as a town with a Board of Trustees style of government. However, the Special Act of 1882 did not dissolve the municipality. The Special Act of 1882 introduced a new form of governance for the municipality, represented by a mayor and a city council, improving efficiency. It closes with, inasmuch, back up. Inasmuch as the present municipal government of the town of McMinnville is inefficient and does not subserve the interest of the inhabitants thereof, the act shall take effect and be in full force from and after approval by the governor. The effects of repeal and replacement. Repeal followed by a replacement Incorporation Act with updated terms, boundaries, or governance structures allows a municipality to continue uninterrupted. The repeal marks a transition. In McMinnville's case, the Special Act of 1882 relies on Act 84, which was created in 1876, as its foundation. The repeal terminated Act 84's authority, effective October 21st, 1882. However, it didn't retroactively nullify McMinnville's incorporation between 1876 and 1882. The Special Act of 1882, and essentially all it did was enhance McMinnville's governing status and efficiency. Act 84 serves as McMinnville's municipal birth certificate. In other words, McMinnville's legal municipal status as a town began in 1876 and continued through 1882, when transitioned to a city. This maintains McMinnville's corporate lineage. Reincorporation with repeal of a prior legislative act typically preserves an entity's continuity. McMinnville's municipality was not dissolved. Its continuity is reinforced by the Special Act of 1882's provisions for transition under sections 137 through 138. A member of the original town trustees, C.D. Johnson became not only one of the original trustees, but also the chair of that organization. He also when McMinnville changed to a city, he also served on the city council. Henry Warren, who served as recorder for the town trustees, became the first mayor of the city of McMinnville. These gentlemen exemplify institutional continuity. Documentary evidence appears in the Oregon Blue Book, which is compiled by the State Archives, published by the Secretary of State, and lists October 20th, 1876 as McMinnville's incorporation date. The Special Act of 1882, while significant, was an upgrade, shifting from town to city, enhancing governance and meeting growth needs. The Act of 1882 did not create a new municipality. It improved the original incorporation, which is still in place and operating today. In my opinion, as a historian and certified records manager, aligning with the origination date of October 20th, 1876, does not affect McMinnville's status as a city. However, it does ensure historical and legal accuracy by upholding the birth certificate of McMinnville's municipality. In the time spent researching McMinnville's history, I've become acquainted with some interesting characters well known in their time, like Nathaniel Dubois, whose son Joe owned and ran the Hotel Yamhill from the early 1890s through the 1930s. I've been blessed to know and be inspired by many community leaders, past and present. One thing is clear: McMinnville would not be what it is today without open-minded, creative collaboration by citizens who seek innovative ways to keep our community a wonderful place to live and do business. Our history is incredibly important to the understanding of our foundation as a community. Celebrating our municipal form of government brings the opportunity for greater understanding about the necessary roles of governance, government mechanisms, and the need for civil citizen involvement and interaction with city leaders. Our community continues to grow, and it's important to share our history and with its new members while incorporating fresh perspectives, new ideas, and opportunity for improved connections. Collaboration brings benefits for all. The McMinnville Municipality's 2026 sesquicentennial has the potential to launch a series of events spanning nearly 2 decades. From the 150th of the railroad's arrival in 2029 and cityhood in 2032, to county seat status in 2037, McMinnville Water and Light's 150th in 2039, and the McMinnville Municipal Airport Centennial in 2043. The word community represents what we have in common, what unites us and brings us together. Mayor Morris, city councilors, I respectfully request you to recognize the importance of our municipality's incorporation on October 20th, 1876, with a nod to 1882 as its rise to cityhood, and encourage, through proclamation if possible, a citywide recognition of the 150th anniversary this year to celebrate the challenges we've overcome and our future. The 150th milestone of the McMinnville municipality brings opportunity to foster civic pride and engagement and restore our community's unity. Thank you. And if you have questions, I'm willing to answer.
Thank you very much. You did a lot of research. We appreciate it very much so that we can, as a council, make a decision. Go ahead. I know Adam, you have something to say?
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Mayor. So this was important information to present to you guys. If you had a direction you would like staff to bring back the appropriate recommendations so you guys could move forward with that, we're happy to do that. But this has been asked originally, I believe, by Catherine back in March, and then we re-engaged in November. And so I wanted to get this before you so community stakeholders could get to planning if you guys choose to acknowledge this year as the year, or at least give them direction.
Sure. I think let's just go around and determine. Councilor Cunningham, are you good?
I think the evidence is fairly compelling, so I'd be interested in moving forward with that.
Councilor Payne?
Who doesn't want a party?
Councilor Peralta?
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for your work.
I agree as well. I thank you for all the information to help guide us to that. Councilor Tukalski?
Yeah, 76, thank you.
Councilor Geary?
Good work, I agree.
Councilor Councilor Chenoweth, excuse me.
Ditto.
Oh, it's unanimous.
Thank you very much, all of
We
you.
will have a party this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And many years to come.
Thanks. Okay, now we're going to move on to reports from councilors on committee and board assignments. I'm going to start to my left with Councilor Chenoweth.
So the last month has been relatively busy with the MEVLC as we've been going through
Wait, before you do that, probably a lot of people in the audience have no idea what that means.
Sure. So the MEVLC is the McMinnville Economic Vitality Leadership Council. It's made up of about, I don't know the number, I think it's about 15 members of the community that are leaders at different levels, including the stable table, which includes various different leaderships of different groups. And we've been going through goal setting. We have the MacDown 2032 economic plan, and we went through the 180 recommended ideas for ways to make the economy or the economic vitality of the community better, to see what we have accomplished, what we haven't accomplished, what we don't feel like we can accomplish, and what we're in the process of accomplishing. We also voted for our new election of officers. So we have a new chair and a new vice chair this year. I am your chair of the MEVLC, and Lori Robertson is your vice chair. We had a meeting in which we had Beth Whitehowski, the Mid-Valley coordinator for the governor's office, come and speak to us about how we can engage the governor's office for economic vitality projects in the community. That there is a focus from the governor's office that direction this legislative cycle. So how we can best engage with that office was part of the discussion. And we are still in process on this goal setting session. So I hope that next month I'll be able to come back to you with what the goals for the MEVLC for the next year will look like.
Counselor Gary?
Thank you. Visit McMinnville was a group that met, and I'm liaison. The Visit McMinnville is our tourism destination arm that is funded by TLT tax money on every stay at hotels, and they are trying to get people back in the hotels via getting marketing as well as destination development. So looking at the overall market that has factors that bring people here economically, we have room demand decreased 2% compared to last year overall, 46.5% average occupancy in hotels. Again, this is a very, very large picture that we're looking at here at the moment. Our average daily rate held steady at $139 in December, and our short-term rental demand increased in December with a 3.2% bump in booking compared to last year, December. The Consumer Confidence and Consumer Sentiment Index, Consumer Confidence Index declined moderately while the Sentiment Index increased, but they're both near historic lows. And the gap in earnings and the gap inflation opened up for a rare opportunity in 2025 in December, with wages outpacing that by 1.1%. Tame. Some sort of spending stayed resilient in 2025. And then looking to 2026, there's a interesting couple of mega events that may play or may not play into our picture, but is an interesting indicator overall. Two of those to note are the World Cup as well as the United States semi-quincentennial birthday. In addition to those data numbers, Visit McMinnville continues to chug along on their goals as well as the health of the organization. They've started investing in their reserves and capital, and it's paying dividends and money back into that group. On top of that, they have many goals that they're chipping away on. One of them is increase December. Every year, the month of December, they want to increase that RevPAR, which is revenue per available room. To that end, some successes in the marketing of our downtown. We had 3 segments on Coin, which I think is a news station. We put in ads on Oregon Public Broadcasting as well as the News Register. We had a successful first time for the Wonderland Beer Fest, and if anyone in the room knows anything about that, I hope they do it again. That would be great. They hosted 5 content creators, which had 263.4 thousand total audience members. They had 3 static posts and 54 IG stories. Speaking of social media engagement, their goal is to increase social media engagement by 35%. As of January 13th, they've had 2,235,335 impressions between FB and IG. For what it's worth, the entirety of last fiscal year, they had 1,546,233 impressions. So they're making a bigger impression. They have 41,127 total followers, which is up from 38,303 total followers on July 1st. And they continue to generate more additional event days. To reminder that what they did last year was an Alt Wine Remix Festival in July, something called Tradition Reimagined, and an Indie Wine Thanksgiving in November. As well, in December, they had the AAPI Holiday Market and the Wonderland Beer Fest. Coming up, the AAPI Food and Wine Festival, as well as the Organically Grown and the Wild Bunch in McMinnville, and a Lagerfest. And they're continuing to work on things to develop, including tracking hotel data, Oregon State University Cascades student internship projects, a collaboration between Oregon Produce and Mac Restaurants. They're looking at, they've got their eyes set on the next Art Alley project. They continue to engage with Evergreen, and they're looking at Panther Creek project for bicycle riding in destination development. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot. Councilor Tukalski.
Yeah, the Yamhill Communications Executive Board has not met, the Airport Commission has not met, so nothing new to report there. I was able to attend the Southwest Area Plan Open House on Saturday, and I wanted to thank Director Richards for that. It went off really well, and there were about 170 people there, so it was a great turnout. So thank you for that. That's it.
Okay. So I attended I sit on the board, ex officio on the board of the Chamber of Commerce, and attended that, where they mentioned the Glide and Gather, which was the non-ice skating event. A success at Evergreen. They were up 1,000 skaters this year. Also, the Chamber of Commerce was able to purchase their own building. They'll be in the Ticor Title current location, so congratulations to them. The Audit Committee met to review applications for a new auditing firm. The committee discussed and ranked our choices for a recommendation, which will be communicated to the interim city manager and council. Finance Director Katie Henry will be reporting back regarding any change. Attended the ADA transition meeting, where the committee reviewed and tested a survey that would be sent out to the entire community. We asked for you to feedback to the committee, which in turn will be doing a report to the state in regards to barriers that you may have to use our services and our facilities. I attended a luncheon with Representative Elmer and our legislative team and state lobbyists to talk about the city's legislative asks and other grant opportunities that they may know that may help us along the way. Also met with our federal field representatives last week regarding federal asks. And just to let you know, one of our main asks this year is again going to be finishing Alpine Avenue. There's 4 blocks that need to be finished close to Mac Market. So that is a top priority for the city in order to increase the change that needs to happen over there, the growing needs of that area. I attended the leadership roundtable with U.S. Senator Merkley, which was held just prior to the community town hall. I attended the McMinnville Economic Development Partnership, MEDP is the acronym for that, Investor Circle Luncheon, where the group talked about barriers to economic growth. All businesses in our area, unfortunately, are struggling, and our economy needs to grow. So we talked in a circle as to what are the concerns, what are the barriers, what are things that the city can do to help with permitting, streamlining, applications, anything that we can do to help spur growth. Also, John Dietz from McMinnville Economic Development Partnership, again known as MEDP, and I met with Miriam from Unidos, and we talked about communication, past perspectives in the future. We talked about ways to hear from the Latino businesses and barriers they have as well. And I met with multiple citizens. The most common things to talk about are immigration, rec bond, Alpine Avenue, and code compliance and budget issues. Councilor Peralta.
That was something, Mayor. Thank you. I attended the Martin Luther King celebration in Newburgh. I guess there were close to about 200 people in attendance. If anybody has not gone to that, next year I would encourage you to do it. Take your kids. It's a lot of fun. I was privileged to host Senator Merkley's community town hall last week at the Armory. Packed house, probably 250 people there, and people were very engaged. In terms of committee assignments, the Mid-Willamette Valley Council of Governments will host its annual dinner this year on March 5th. And it's at Western Oregon University's Warner Center, so please let Claudia know if you'd like to attend. As part of that event, there's an opportunity for each city and local government jurisdiction to recommend staff, community organizations, et cetera, for different awards. This year and every year there are 3 awards, one for professional service, one for regional leadership, and one for collaborative projects. So I'd encourage the mayor, city manager, and management team to think if there's any person or project that you'd like to recommend for this year's COG regional awards. Not a requirement, but if there's something that deserves recognition, now is the time. That's all I got. Thank you.
Councilor Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. LIPSIC, the Local Public Safety Coordinating Council, meets tomorrow. Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Advisory Committee has 1 vacancy, and they're doing interviews tomorrow and Monday, so we'll be meeting for those. Landscape Review Committee had interviews today for 1 vacancy, and then earlier this month, Lima Collins was selected as chair of that group, and we had reviewed the work plan I also had the honor and privilege of connecting with several citizens of McMinnville, where the topic was largely fears around ICE detaining people who are in the United States legally. I was fortunate also to offer guidance to some individuals on interacting at public meetings and with public officials, and encouraged many of those folks to reach out to city councilors and department heads with concerns regardless of opinions. And lastly, I just today and yesterday observed some of the adverse impacts of ICE presence in McMinnville with respect to declining mental health and increased suicidality among residents due to fear. I spoke with several parents of young children who attend McMinnville public schools, and children as young as 5 being terrified that their parents are going to be taken away. So it's a hard time to be a service desert, especially with regard to mental health.
Counselor Cunningham?
Yeah, thank you very much. I was out of town last week. The Historic Landmark Committee did meet in that they went through the third session of the Demolition Code final draft. I should probably put quote final draft. It sounds like there needs to be just a couple more edits before they bring that to the planning department. And then there was just a simple update on the CLG grant. It's still in the works. It hasn't quite got to us yet, but fully confident that that's going to be here shortly. And we may be using that to specifically update the inventory, the resource inventory of McMinnville, but we're still kind of dialing that one in. Excuse me, selection of Chair Mary Beth Branch stood up once again to lead our committee, and the Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Catherine is also going to be remaining on as Vice Chair. We had a interview today to fill the last position for the Historic Landmarks Committee, and so hopefully we'll have an answer on that one fairly shortly. In kind of community outreach this week, I actually attended the Unidos community response training last night, and it was a 2-hour-long training course, and was very well done, led by Jimena, and was fairly well attended as well. And I am very happy to say that they take it very seriously, that they want to make sure that everyone remains safe during those moments, and that it was stressed no less than 6 times that you are not to interfere, or you are not to place your body even remotely in a place where that would be deemed interacting or trying to stop ICE, and helped us to realize what that could look like. So. But as well continue to have several meetings with community members regarding the ICE issue. I am going to read a quote real quick. Elie Wiesel: "We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." And with that, I would like to make a motion to add on section 5, it would be adding F, and this would be specifically to address getting some clarity around an emergency declaration, what that would look like for the city, what we could potentially do, what it can't do. And I want that information specifically from David here, city attorney. And, but with an understanding that that this is more informational is what I'm seeking at this point in time. I'm not necessarily seeking an emergency declaration, because I too need to be educated.
So you have a motion on the floor?
I do.
to discuss the information regarding an emergency declaration.
Correct, thank you.
So you need a second?
I do.
Can I get clarity on the motion?
Yes.
Are you asking to add an agenda item tonight?
Yes.
Or are you asking to add an agenda item in the future?
Tonight.
Okay.
Which in my understanding, attorney, that's fine to do with a second.
That's correct.
Okay. We have another question from Councilor Tukalski.
What exactly are you proposing in detail?
In detail?
Yeah.
I feel like, and I've had several questions from city, local community members that want to understand what the city has the power to do and what it doesn't have the power to do, because specifically they don't want to be making requests of the city, taking up public comment time with stuff that just isn't viable. It's not within our purview. So I would like some clarity specifically around what it is that a declaration of emergency means for a city, what are our options within it.
So let me just make sure the council clarifies that it's not a motion to declare one, it's a motion to find out the information on one.
Correct.
Another question from council.
How much time are you proposing we use of city staff to figure this out? How far does it go?
Are we talking about like tonight or?
No, I'm talking
like
in
if-
general.
if it goes further?
Every minute they're doing something, it's obviously a minute that takes up city resources. I'm asking, is there a limit?
I don't know if I could appropriately answer that because I don't, at this point, fully understand.
So are you going back to the items that we had referenced before?
I don't think it was.
Well, those are working their way through regardless because we've already moved those forward.
So what else are you trying to understand here? I'm seeking to understand.
I am specifically trying to understand what an emergency declaration would mean for our city, what it could do, what it can't do, and what are our options surrounding it.
Councilor Peralta.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this something that you want us to discuss and then ask the city attorney to bring the information back to us at the next meeting? Is that what you?
I think honestly, I think it will be born through the conversation, but it may be that we are fully, anybody else, I can't speak for the rest of the dais, but that may be sufficient for me at that point in time. I'm sure, just like some of my other fellow council members, sometimes you ask the questions just so the public can hear it.
Point of order, Mayor. Normally, when you have a motion on the floor, you either get a second on the motion and then go to discussion.
I was trying to do that.
Okay,
Councilor
thank you.
Chenoweth. But
I'll second.
okay. So we have a motion and we have a second.
So now you need to ask
Now
for a
I
roll
need
call.
A roll call from Claudia.
Counselor Payne? Aye. Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Are we voting without discussion? What are we voting on?
You're voting on the motion to then have a discussion.
Okay, I'll have a discussion. Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
So I think we need to just make it clear, since there's a little confusion up here. It's a discussion. We don't vote on anything tonight because we can't vote on anything we can't see. And so I think it is just strictly a discussion. I know there's some concern. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Councilor Payne?
Thank you. I'm not sure if my microphone's working. Just for context's sake and our understanding as much as for the public's, can you differentiate between a statement of emergency versus a declaration of emergency?
That would be in the.
I think now,
Let's go to David.
I think now that this has been added for section 5F of the agenda, when we get there, I can answer some questions further.
Now you're at department head reports, Mayor.
We're going to see that. Way to confuse us all, Scott.
If Counselor Cunningham is
Are you done?
with us.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Interim City Manager, Adam Garvin.
Oh, I'm first up. First up, I have a communications report for you guys. As mentioned, the Southwest Area Plan Community Open House this past Saturday on the 24th had over 150 people that attended, which was great turnout to look at the 3 preferred scenarios. Out of the 40 people that Noel spoke with during the event, every person stated they received a flyer in the mail. Mailers may be the most expensive communication tool that we have in our toolbox currently, but currently it is still by far the most effective message that reaches everyone. Roughly about $7,500 for printing and postage on that. Additionally, be on the lookout for another city-sponsored flyer arriving in mailboxes early February. That's the ADA Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan is launching a short survey seeking input from individuals with disabilities, as well as family members, caregivers, advocates, to ensure the final transition plan reflects the lived experiences of our community members. The If I Were Mayor student contest will launch next week on Monday, February 2nd. The city will be partnering with the City of Lafayette as well as the McMinnville School District to encourage participation. As you guys see those come out, please share that information among your networks to get the youth involved in the If I Were Mayor contest. Regarding the immigration-related policy considerations that we had at our last meeting, I just wanted to give a brief update where we were at. The content for this meeting's packet was due 36 hours after that last meeting ended, so that's why you don't have anything in front of you tonight. We're still working through those items with staff. I think the first thing you're going to see be ready to go live would be the update on the city website around, that's item 3, what to do if a detention is witnessed and how to report an abandoned vehicle or hazards. Another one that I think can be relatively with a moderate turnaround would be the consideration and notice requirements of city buildings around DOJ model policy number 5. Those are 2 items that I'm working with communications manager Noel on. The one around the survey, I received an email during this meeting with the draft survey. That email asks for a go or no-go on collaboration by this Friday, and they want to post that survey by February 29th, which leaves you guys no formal time to weigh in on that survey related to that item unless you did it during this meeting.
February 29th or January 29th?
They want an answer by January 30th, and they want to go live with the survey on February 9th.
February 9th.
Your next council meeting is February 10th.
Yeah, that's a point of clarification.
Yeah.
I think the original document specifically said that the business survey was going to focus mainly on the immigrant communities, but I believe what Unidos and the chamber put together is a broad totality of economic survey of every business in town. Is that correct?
I have looked at it during your guys' deliberations this evening, and it's a 14-question, roughly 5-minute survey. It is broad in scope, but your goal specifically says you want to review that before you decide if you want to weigh in. So I just wanted to provide live context of where we're at with each item, and that's where we're at with that item. Any other questions on that item? Would you guys, knowing that they're looking for an answer by this Friday, do you guys want to weigh in on that? Do you want to not weigh in on that?
I think we have to see the question. I'd like to read the questions. Sorry, I haven't. Did we all get it?
No, it just came to,
Oh, Jessica said that we
got it.
did.
no, did you?
So maybe we can.
I'm not checking my email during this, but yeah, sure.
5:54.
I mean, it sounds like you had heads up that this was coming before everybody else.
No, I just saw the email.
Oh, okay.
I just forwarded it to Claudia.
Would you like us to read the email and decide?
That's up to you guys. Typically, if you're going to weigh in on something, it should be in the packet with the staff report and a recommendation, and with the timing of what that survey is looking for to sign on to by this Friday. That doesn't allow time for it to be in a packet and in front of council in a proper fashion. So that's up to you guys as a policy body if you would like to deviate from your process, but any decision off the cuff is a hard decision to make.
Okay, let's come back. Oh, hi, Miriam.
Would you guys like to?
Miriam, can you come up to the table?
I'm sitting in the audience thinking, oh, didn't think about that date alignment a little bit better. I just checked with John, President, CEO of Chamber of Commerce, about maybe being more flexible on the date to hear back about signing on as a sponsor of the survey, and we're flexible on that. So you have more time to...
You can give us till the next council meeting to decide.
So that everybody has a chance to see the survey questions, and you have time.
So our next council meeting would be February 10th. Would that be okay for you to have an answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll wait. So
Do we need to wait? Does the council feel like we need to wait? I read through the
I think that's the appropriate way to go, because that's the process that we go to read it and make sure everybody has the opportunity. Councilor Payne, do you have a problem with that? Thank you.
I have a comment, if I may. I didn't receive the email.
I'll forward it to Claudia and send it all BCC to council.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll make sure and get them to you then, or someone will. Thank you.
And I'll forward that ahead of the packet, but it'll also be included in the packet for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
In relation to item 1 and item 4, I've had initial meetings with the city attorney and the police chief on working forward to pass on those, and more to come on those, but those are going to be heavier lifts than the first few items that I discussed. The last item on the list we're already continuing to reach out to federal and state delegations to request reporting, and you guys chose not to move forward with the drones, so that's a sit rep on the current immigration policy request that you guys had. And with that, I'll pass the mic.
And David, I'm just going to come back to you in case you have something else to report. You can just do it all at one time later, okay? Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Finance Director Katie Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I give my report, I want to correct a couple items in the agenda. Item 5C says November cash and investment report. It's actually the December cash and investment report that is in the packet. And then item D, there are some small errors that I have to admit to. It says first quarter report, and it's the second quarter report. This is what happens when you're trying to meet a deadline. And I squeezed it in right at noon on the deadline and didn't notice that the header automatically prints, and there you have it. So there will be a revised version coming out in the revised packet. There are also a couple numbers towards the bottom of page 1 where there was a formula that pulled the same number into the adopted budget and year-to-date. It doesn't change anything on your actual numbers. It doesn't change anything on the results, but I wanted to make you aware that I did find those errors today in preparing for council this evening.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
With that said, in finance, mostly what the team has been working on this month is year end, not fiscal year end, but calendar year end. So all of the taxes. So all of your W-2s, your 1099s, all of the fun stuff that has to go out so that everybody can do their taxes has kept us really busy. We've also, of course, launched the budget process, and with the implementation of the new budget system, we've had to start that early, so we've had overlap of those different systems. And then, as Mayor said, we're moving forward with the audit, with finding new auditors, as well as the audit exit conference. So we have a lot of overlapping pieces in January. I will be very happy when February comes and I can have another Saturday maybe. So that's what's happening in finance.
Thank you. Jenny, I think you're...
Hi, good evening. The last couple of council meetings, I've actually been conflicted about talking about the services that the library provides for our Latinx community and our bilingual community, because I've been concerned about drawing attention to those programs. And while I'm still conflicted about that, I also think that it's important for this audience and others to know about things that are being offered at the library, and hopefully it doesn't draw negative attention. We have bilingual story times weekly. We have English classes weekly. And I also saw a really joyful thing today. Our children's staff are going out to first grade classes in the McMinnville School District, and they give coupons. They give a free book to every first grader, and then they also give a coupon saying, hey, if you come to the library, you can get a free library card, and you can also get a book light. And right after hearing about that, I would say within, I guess it was probably when school was out, I was at the front desk and saw a Latina mom with 4 kids, probably ages 10 and below, there with their coupons ready to get their library card, and I was really pleased and happy to see that. We also, for everyone, we have a kids cursive class coming up. They don't teach cursive in schools anymore, so, if you want to learn cursive, you have to come to the library. We do have other story times. We're also we do this every tax season where we get back into the financial literacy classes for all ages, so we'll have things for really young kids up into adulthood. We're also offering tax help in partnership with AARP that is always very, very appreciated by those in our community that need help with their taxes. Puzzle Palooza and the Society for Creative Anachronism had a conflict tonight in their schedules, so we had 2 different groups that wanted to use the Carnegie Room. Pretty exciting to, we had to move the Society for Creative Anachronism into the teen area so they could do their things. And then also putting on my Parks and Recreation Director hat. I don't have anything specific, but was just looking at the community center schedule and was amazed by all of the things that they offer: yoga, Zumba, pickleball, basketball, clogging, jazzercise, futsal, gymnastics, and then of course there's swimming lessons, lifeguard training, at the Aquatic Center, and lots of other programs being offered at the Senior Center.
Director Richards?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. A couple of things. I have the pleasure of serving as the city representative on the McMinnville Downtown Association Board. We had our board meeting today and sort of end-of-year reports for the MDA, and we had a fantastic year in terms of programs and events, and also the organization as a whole. So I thought the meeting was very positive, and I look forward to this next year of success as well. We do have our annual dinner coming up. It's on February 20th. at 5 p.m. at the Grand, and there are tickets available, and you can go online to purchase tickets. We are purchasing a table for the city as well, and I think that's been communicated out to the council. I also have the pleasure of serving on the McMinnville Economic Development Partnership Board. MEDP, you've heard it talked about a little bit tonight. We had a board retreat today for about 3 hours where we got together to talk about annual goals for the organization for this next year. Many of our discussions dovetailed with the priorities and strategies that are taking place at the McMinnville Economic Vitality Leadership Council and how how MEDP can be part of that and support that. We have 4 priorities: business retention and expansion, business attraction, workforce development, and innovation and entrepreneurship. So our goal is to help businesses grow what we call great jobs in McMinnville, and great jobs are many different things. It's wages, it's workplace culture, and it's opportunity for upward mobility. I wanted to tell you about 2 events coming up. We have on February 5th training for quasi-judicial decision-making for land use programs. Doesn't sound very exciting, but it's very important training in terms of the work that we do. I've gotten a response. We're providing it to the Planning Commission. We offered it to the City Council and the Historic Landmarks Committee as well. We've gotten several responses of people who want to come to it, and also questions about the timing. We wanted to see how many people wanted to come that were not Planning Commission members to figure out the time. So we are scheduling that for 6:30 on that night, February 5. And you're welcome to participate in person or via Zoom, and we will be recording that as well. And then lastly, I wanted to let you know we are sending out 1,500 letters at the end of this week to property owners here in the community about our natural hazards program. We're going to start that public hearing process again on February 19th, and we wanted to let property owners know about that, so that mailing will also be going out here shortly.
Public Works Director, Geoff Hunsaker.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. The work session on February 10th is going to be about the Park SDC methodology. That's the SDC methodology that goes with the PROS plan that was adopted quite a while ago. So that work session will be to go over what's in that SDC methodology and make sure council has all the information they need to move forward with a decision on adoption for that. And then also yesterday, the transportation system plan RFP went out onto the city's website, and it will be advertised tomorrow in the Daily Journal of Commerce. So that will be, we'll be getting proposals here in the next month, and hopefully having a contract for the council to approve in late April, early May.
Thank you. Human Resources Director, Vicki Hedges.
The last couple weeks has been filled with a lot of HR performance management concerns. I've been focusing a lot on that. I've been implementing some legislative changes that were required at the beginning of the new year, and then assisting with the MEVLC goal setting that Councillor Chenoweth mentioned, and also preparing to send out our annual trainings in February. So Councillor Payne, you will be excited to know that we'll be able to provide you some statistics in the coming months.
Information Systems, Scott Burke.
Thanks, Mayor. Over in the IS department, in the last week or two, the group has completed a long, ongoing project to decommission and mothball our last city email server that was part of the city. Now we're completely cloud-based off of 365. And while we didn't expect it to go all the way to 2026 to finally finish, during the historical part of our presentation tonight, I was compelled to do some research and find out that the first city email was actually sent in 1996. So on its 30th year of maturity and technology, we are now fully gone from a server to the cloud. Interesting nugget.
Little nugget. City Recorder Claudia Cisneros.
Yes, just wanted to remind council that I will start emailing you guys a lot regarding your
Oregon Government Ethics Commission, Statements of Economic Interest. The window does open in March, but I start making sure you guys are able to access your guys' accounts early February, so make sure you see those emails and start logging into your account so you can be prepared when the window opens.
Thank you. Okay, so before we go back to you, David, you wanted to be E on there, on the agenda, or do you want to go now?
The motion was for it to be at F. So
Okay.
you've got some finance
All right.
reports first.
Do anybody have any questions about the packet? Do you have anything else you want to share about the December 2025 cash and investment report?
I have nothing to share, but I'm willing to answer questions if anyone has any.
Any council have any questions? Okay. And then any questions on the financial report? All right. You're on. City Attorney David Lightenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Cunningham reached out to me with this question, and I'm glad to be able to share it with all of you.
Wait, skip E.
City manager.
Oh, sorry, it's down below.
Other side. Oh.
Sorry, I have a gap here. So we're going to go to E, and that, I believe, on this agenda is Vicki Hedges, Human Resources Director. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I'm bringing forward to council a discussion about the recruitment for a permanent city manager. So tonight, I'm looking for direction on whether council would like to move forward with a permanent appointment for the interim city manager, or to proceed with the formal recruitment and selection process, opening that up externally. So I prepared just some pros and cons to each of the options that I'd like to present to council before the discussion. So with appointing an interim city manager, the benefits include continuity of leadership, which would maintain momentum on existing work, demonstrated performance leading to lower uncertainty for council in the city, faster stabilization, a reduced learning curve, cost efficiency, institutional and community knowledge, progress toward building stronger relationships that is not reset. Some of the drawbacks to that approach: limited comparison of options, the perception and transparency, internal morale impacts, public and political scrutiny. Option 2 would be to conduct a formal recruitment process. The benefits of this would include opening the position to other applicants locally, regionally, and nationally, more transparency, opportunity for new ideas, and a strategic reset. The drawbacks to this approach: it's time consuming, it's costly, including advertising, recruitment firm fees, candidate travel costs, and staff time. Just to prepare for this discussion, I asked a recruiter about the cost for a city manager, and that cost is about $30,000 plus direct costs that we would pay for candidates to travel here for interviews. Additional drawbacks include interim uncertainty, adjustment period for a new hire, and risk of candidate mismatch. So if council does decide to move forward with a recruitment, I've prepared just a little bit of a timeline if you're interested. But it would take 6 to 8 months to complete that recruitment process, which is why I wanted to bring this discussion to council now, as our interim city manager's appointment currently lasts, I believe, through August.
I'll talk about that first. So I think we went through a recruitment process to get to an interim city manager, which out of that came Adam Garvin, who is currently sitting, which is not a traditional, but yet it is also something that happened over at the school district. So it's not unusual or not something that can't happen at all. I have worked with him very closely since he got into that position. I know there were concerns as to whether he can do it, and I have to tell you that I've been amazed at what we've accomplished in a short amount of time. We have, I say we, but it's Adam, and bringing back to share with the leadership here. Our relationships within the community have been improved with our partners, which I think are very important. I could list them all, but I think it's many. And it was something that was fractured when I came in, and it was very important to me that the community, we listen to you all. And we do what we can, and we have organizations that we work with on a regular basis. He's worked with those. He has implemented savings, cost savings in different ways, which he's brought, again, back to the leadership for discussion. He's listened to the citizens. He's very creative. He has the knowledge of the citizens, of who lives here. I'm always amazed. I always think that I know a lot of people, but he knows twice as many than I do, which is very helpful when it comes time to do something and to know who to talk to and what we can do. He has the history of what has happened in the past to the city and how we got there. When Sal and I meet with him every Tuesday, he generally has a lot to share, and it's always good information that we can decide how to interact with him and what needs to happen for the best of the city. And I truly believe when the three of us are at that table, our main goal is to what is best for the citizens as a whole. And I believe that Adam has that. When we did the recruitment, there were a couple that might work, but it wasn't like there was a shining star that, wow, we missed out. I know that a lot of cities within the county have had to look for a new city manager, and it's been a difficult task. I think that we were very lucky, and I know that not everybody is happy, and they're never going to be happy. I think we all know that. But there's some things that need to happen. There's accountability in a lot of different ways that need to happen, but sometimes it's not the easiest thing to go through, but it's for what's the best at the end. And I totally support keeping Adam in his position, and I thank him for what he's done so far for all of us.
I want to open full recruitment.
Yeah, I'd like to ask
You
a
can make a
question.
comment.
I'd like to know what Adam's perspective on this item is.
Thank you, Councilor Chenoweth, for the question. While I've been in this role for a number of months, I've been asked by community stakeholders, partners, electeds of this organization, elected of other organizations, what the future holds. I was clear in my interview process that I did not and do not intend on applying in a full recruitment process for a permanent seat. I have a company that I spent a number of years building and happy to run that. If you guys would like to go the path of a direct appointment like the school district, the city of Salem, and multiple other jurisdictions because you're happy with the body of work, I'm happy to entertain a conversation around a longer term contract. I'm not interested in entertaining a one-year extension. It would need to be an actual management contract. That's best practices, whether that's a fire chief, superintendent, city manager, and that would be a future discussion of what that would look like. So that's where I'm at with it. Is I've enjoyed the challenge. It is a challenge. There's a lot of work to do. I feel like I've made a lot of headway in relationships. We've addressed some performance concerns throughout the organization. There's obviously budget challenges, as you guys were briefed on. I'm not opposed to addressing those or the deferred maintenance challenges. I'm happy to lean into those. Outside of that, I think what we need now is a city organization, as a city of our citizens and constituents, and as me personally, just need to know what path you guys want to go down. So I have a lot to offer that the mayor highlighted, but if you guys want to go for a full recruitment, I'm still happy to lean into the work through the rest of this contract. But I think it does change the scope of my work if there was a permanent, that there is some strategic work that I'm currently not doing, trying to do some of this cleanup and redirection.
Councilor Tukalski?
Yeah, I was going to ask if you were even interested. You answered the question, so thank you on that. I was part of the hiring process for the interim city manager. I did see the applicants, and I do believe that we found the best applicant. And it's hard to be strategic when you know that you're an interim. It's hard to make long-term plans when you know that you will be leaving. And I would support a direct hire rather than a recruitment process so that we can strategically plan, we can have continuity, and we can actually bring some strategy to each one of these departments within the city and have a plan moving forward. So I would like to see you retained.
Counselor Geary?
Thank you. Adam, we had many years' experience working on the dais together when you were on council. It was a delight. When you faded away and we had our city manager resign, it provided us the opportunity for an interim city manager search, and when we were faced with the prospect of being able to bring you in, there was a lot of advantages. The recruitment search we did was for an interim city manager, which is a different pool of candidates than a broad dynamic search. And in that process, Adam, I felt, and we ended up all agreeing that the benefits to that interim position that Adam could bring outweighed the negatives of first time stepping into a role like that. And so I think it's been great. I've appreciated working with you. I think in interest of the long term of the city, I would be more open to a more broad, open search as opposed to handing a engagement in a direct contract with you. I think you've served us really well in the interim position, but I'd be interested at this time to open that up to a more broad search.
You want me to go now?
If you're prepared to.
I was probably, I know this was in the executive session, but I said it, so I think I can probably say it. I was probably the least excited about you taking this position. And I had grave concerns of potential lack of knowledge and experience regarding the role, not regarding the city, as has been so eloquently stated. Your knowledge of the city and issues that the cities were facing was great, but it was more my concern is what does a city manager school knowledge look like that you didn't have? So I had grave concerns along those lines. I had great consolation in the fact that I have always found you to be a person that knows how to work with everybody. Sometimes that's been really frustrating for me, but I have found you to be a person that typically works with everybody. And so that was good news going into this. This is lengthy, and I'm sorry, but I want to get my heart out there on this. Over the last, there's no secret that I didn't have a lot of trust relationship with our previous city manager. There was a breakdown there. I have found that you not only have built a lot of good relationships back for the city with organizations, but I feel like there's a trust relationship that's been built between dais members and you in communication and what you're doing. You're very transparent and very open, and I appreciate that. I have found you to be very accessible. You're learned. You have gained a lot of wisdom even in the short time you've been doing this. So my concerns that I had when I was the most critical of you proved to be unfounded. One of the things I really wanted, and I expressed this to the mayor as we were going through the interim search, is I didn't want to end up pulling from the pool of recycled city managers. That is a trap that a lot of cities end up stuck in. I didn't want that. I wanted us to be outside of the box because I thought you have a better chance of getting something that's better for your community when you do that. You proved me right there. What you have brought to the table, I know this is just a lot of good words that I don't normally say to you, but what you have brought to the table has been dynamic, it's been good, And it's been the kind of leadership that you don't necessarily get from somebody trained in college. It's what you get from somebody with some real good experience in life. And I appreciate that. You're also probably one of the smartest people in this room. And that's about the highest compliment I think I could pay you right now. I would caution the council, you heard the words, and I wasn't sure what the words were going to be, but you heard the words. If we go to a full-fledged search, he's off the table. That's not a risk I'm willing to take. So this counselor would support hiring him.
Okay. Counselor Peralta, do you have any? Oh, Scott, are you ready?
Yeah, actually, I want to extrapolate a little bit on some of the things that have been brought up already. Vicki, do you have an idea of how many vacancies there are in Oregon cities at this point in time? I feel like I hear of a new one nearly every week.
Sorry, I don't have that information. I could look it up.
No worries, no worries. I just do know that it's been happening all over the state, up and down. So just like all the positive comments that have been stated before me, I have nothing but respect for Adam. He has been exceptionally approachable. His demeanor is one that is calm and calming, and I really do appreciate that. And the things that he's already brought forward have already benefited our community, and I know that there is more that Adam's looking to do, but needing stability is tantamount to putting yourself out there. So I can appreciate that statement. Also, when our last city manager left, one of the I talked to several of the department heads, and one of the requests was stability and the creation of trust between the administration and the council. And I think that Adam has already made headway in that. I think, you know, in any case, you're always going to have the road bumps and the working out with the team and understanding each other and appreciating each other. So I think there's more work to be done there, but we won't know that unless we give them a shot. So I completely appreciate, though, my fellow Councilor Payne and Geary, in that, you know, to me, the one that hit when Vicki was talking was the transparency with the city and the constituents. And I think that that's something that only a broad search would truly be able to do, but I've also felt like we've done some of those very transparent things and it still ended up, you know, people being upset, so maybe it's just, you're never going to please everyone. So, but I would go ahead and support offering Adam the full manager position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Peralta?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have much to add. Adam, I think you've done an excellent job as interim city manager. One thing going forward I would note is, you know, long-term planning is something that you didn't really have to do because you kind of walked into an organization that already had kind of long-term plans. And so I feel like in this first year, a big part of what you've been trying to do is to take steps to right-size the organization and make some changes that are maybe shorter term, but going forward, I would hope that there'd be attention to longer-term planning, and then some of the sort of technical parts of being a city manager. I know with your intelligence and your background, you're going to continue to get up to speed on the professional aspect of what you're doing. So I have a lot of confidence going forward. with you. I appreciate the concerns about transparency, but I feel like on balance, we have much more positive relationships with community partners than we've had in some time. I feel like you're doing a good job, so that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Vicki, did you need anything else from us, or did that work?
I have what I need. I will bring back Counselor Chenoweth.
I just have one question. It's totally curiosity question. But why did we do this in open session? All these kinds of conversations in the past have been done in executive session.
I'm happy to let our city attorney answer this question.
Just it's curiosity. I'm fine with it. I'm just curious.
I wrote an email about this that was very eloquent, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'll be less eloquent. The code surrounding permissible uses of the executive session specifically call out when an executive session is not permitted, particularly in terms of the hiring of a chief executive officer. That requires certain things to be done in open session first. And those things are things that Vicki will bring in the future, but this was the necessary first step, right? Getting your general direction, then putting those things in a public record. Those will be coming next. We'll be able to discuss and negotiate in executive session in the future.
Great. Thank you very much for that, and thank you, Vicki. Okay, do you think I can go to you now? David Lightberg.
Thank you, Mayor. The question, as I have received it and understood it, is what exactly is or what exactly can be an emergency declaration? And that is not a concise question. It's sort of a question with a big answer. We declare an emergency for a lot of different things. We declare an emergency in order to accomplish a lot of different things, and I think they mainly go in 4 or 5 ways. Under our charter, we declare an emergency if we are enacting legislation through ordinance, and we need to do it faster than our minimum required 30 days. We declare an emergency. We declare an emergency if a public works project needs to happen so significantly, so quickly, that we don't have time to go through the standard contracting fairness process, get multiple bids, et cetera. So we declare an emergency. We declare that something in particular has occurred, and it allows us to suspend those particular rules. We declare an emergency to be able to request aid up to the county and to the state. That's a type of emergency particularly called out by the ORS. When we declare an emergency like that, it acts as sort of a prerequisite statement in order to make those requests of monetary or physical aid from higher agencies. And as sort of a subset to that question, within the scope of such a declared emergency, a city, any municipality has the opportunity to adopt procedures that a similar declaration of emergency would allow to come into place. That's the work that Jeff Jacobs has been doing. You've heard him speak a couple times. When an emergency occurs, certain procedures come into place under that plan that we've got in place. And you've heard that spoken on a number of times. Those are sort of the legal reasons for which we declare emergencies. And what I've seen in other communities declaring emergencies with regard to the particular topic of federal immigration enforcement is sometimes some version of those last two. It involves particular suspension and allocation of budgets to allow certain money to be spent in certain ways. It's a quick action to abridge the budget process and allow a city manager or somebody to enact policies with that money to do something with it. And Also, I have seen it used as none of those things in particular, with each of those being a legal action. I've seen it used as a statement of solidarity or of understanding of the extreme nature of activities, understanding, without a particular legal action around those things. Those are, as I understand it, the reasons for which we declare emergencies.
Is there any more? Do you have questions? Or do you have anything else?
I'll take anything else. The reason why I had looked at initially considering a declaration of emergency, I believe 3 meetings ago, was because of my experiences out in the community. And I had spoken with the mayor, and she had asked that I dig a little bit broader when it comes to the economic overall impact. And what I found was the economic impact that we are currently experiencing in McMinnville and probably the greater state of Oregon is very much what a recession is. I found it to, be some folks were up, some folks were down, 10, 15, 20%. But every single business that I went into that was Latino owned had a minimum drop in revenue of 30% and a higher drop of revenue of 50%. And being a small business owner, I can tell you a sustained drop of 30 to 50% is not sustainable. And I looked at that as we, in essence, are experiencing an emergency because it is a drastic, avoidable situation. But understanding, and it's why I really wanted to talk about this tonight, that we as a city and a municipality, and it's the conversations that I've had with folks, are very limited in what we can actually do. And I think the frustration from our community is that thus far, we've only officially kind of told people what our limitations are and what our what we can't do. And so I think there's exasperation out there. And like some of my fellow counselors, have really questioned whether a declaration of emergency is really viable, because in meetings that we have had with state, Oregon State contacts, Oregon State is not prepared to fund any money to go down into municipalities at this point in time. And so I wanted it to not necessarily be a statement of solidarity, but I wanted it to be actionable items. And what we have given Adam and the rest of the team are indeed actionable items. I think that we will see what comes of that, and if this body chooses to move forward with that as well. But I think at bare minimum, we can recognize that there is extreme financial hardship and pain being inflicted upon our community. I am very, very, very worried that if what we've seen in Minnesota were to come to Portland, that we would see an extreme tilt even further down. But at this point in time, I am not ready to ask this body for an emergency declaration until we see a bit more of a need or an ask from our community that gives us a better direction into how that could be helpful.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move on. All right, thank you, Scott. Okay, so we're going to move, and thank you, David, and thanks for being so patient. Okay, so we're going to move on to our consent agenda. On it, we have, did you want discussion? It was, did you want to keep talking?
So yeah, I had a few questions about the intent. Is that acceptable or not? Did I miss that opportunity?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I guess if, Councilor Cunningham, if you're proposing a state of emergency, declaration of emergency for the city, then what, you talked about taxpayer money not being funneled from the state of Oregon. Are you proposing that taxpayer money be funneled from the city of McMinnville to other places?
I didn't propose anything.
I'm asking. I know, I understand.
So it's a rhetorical question?
No, I'm just asking if you had ideas that you were going to put further forward.
He's not putting anything
I haven't, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Okay, all right. Are you good with tabling it? Okay. Consent agenda. So we have two items on the consent agenda. Resolution number 2026-02 and resolution number 2026-03. Do I have any counselor that wants to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to remove 2026-02.
So the first one, okay?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
We need to remove them.
As a process point, if we're going to remove one of those, we need to remove both of those because you can't do the appointment without the removal.
Okay.
So we need to remove both of them.
Okay. So we're going to move both items from the consent agenda and read them individually. So let's start with A, resolution number 2026-02, a resolution removing Councilor Dan Tukulski as the City of McMinnville's representative to the Yamhill Communications YCOM Executive Board.
May I start?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Councilor Tukulski.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I do support this. I think having Chief Wood in there would be a positive opportunity for collaboration between the city and also the county, and also the YCOM board, which is upstairs in the police department anyway. And I think that that would be a overall time win for everyone. So I do support this, and I'm also going to recuse myself so that there's no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do I have a motion to consider, to accept a resolution number 2026-02?
So moved.
So I have a motion, was that you, Jack?
That was me.
Okay. Motion from Councilor Geary. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilor Cunningham. Any further discussion? Claudia?
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Aye. Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Oh, aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Resolution 2026-02 passes by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Now we're going to have resolution number 2026-03, a resolution appointing Police Chief Cord Wood as the City of McMinnville's representative to the Yamhill Communications YCOM Executive Board. Do I have a motion?
All motion.
I have a motion from Councilor Tukulski. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Cunningham. Any discussion? Claudia?
Counselor Payne? Aye. Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukulski?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Resolution 2026-03 passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0.
Okay, we're going to move on to consider resolution number 2026-04, a resolution authorizing the interim city manager to release air easements affecting certain properties adjacent to Tice Park along Northwest 25th Street. And I'm going to call on City Attorney David Leitenberg to represent.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't go long or repeat too much of my staff report. This is a fairly discrete issue where south of Tice Park, we have 9 properties that are in sort of a unique situation. When the park came into being, it included this this effort that apparently was meant to prevent property owners just to the south of Tice Park on Northwest 25th Street from being directly adjacent to that park by giving them an opportunity to get a bigger backyard functionally, an additional lot space between their extant homes and the park itself. We've lost some of the history of this particular situation, but what came into being is that the city holds air easements over those backyard properties. Above 10 feet, the city holds easements, and therefore those properties can't have dwelling units constructed on them. A lot of construction is not possible with that air easement. The property owners, some property owners in that space have come and requested for that situation to change, presumably so that they can do some construction in that space. The history of the situation is that the city's requirements to hold Tice Park and the covenants that came around that, they all came to fruition some 18 years ago. I don't think that there is a legal requirement for us to hold these anymore, and therefore it is a policy question of whether and how you would like to divest the city of these interests in real property. The resolution in front of you is for just divesting of those air easements. We can do that in a number of ways that I presented in the report, by just doing it, or by noticing that we're going to do it and asking people to opt out if they want to, by noticing that we could do that and asking people to affirmatively request, or variations within that if the council is interested. I noted in particular that some of those feel like they make a little less sense if they're not done by the group, and the council might consider some options similar to what was in the original Tice agreement that meant that those things all had to happen unanimously or not. Those are all options. The final option, well, I guess there are 2 final options. These being interests in real property, they do have an actual value. What exactly that is a complicated question, and if the council wanted to look particularly into selling these interests, that's something for which we would have to go out and get an appraisal on these for. We've got a rough idea of what these might be based on assessor information. If you have more questions about that, the city manager has more thoughts about that than I do. But the final option would be to continue to maintain these air easements. They've been held by the city ostensibly for the benefit of the public, and you may choose to do that as well.
I was going to have Adam. Interim City Manager Adam Garvin, can you talk about what David was talking about before I have Councilor Peralta speak?
Yeah, so in the staff report, there's some information from the tax assessor's office around how they value the lots. They would look at an air easement removal as an exception event. So if one of these 9 tax lot owners decided to pursue whatever path you guys landed on to remove an air easement, they would look at a real tax implication by the tax assessor with how he weighed in on this conversation. As far as the overall value, that's really speculative because there isn't current utilities to those lots and there's not current access to those lots, so they would have to pursue some sort of access easements or utilities if they were going to subdivide those as its own buildable lot. Obviously, if they were going to build a large shop or something of that, they wouldn't need to do that. They could use the utilities and access from their current lots on those. So the value is complex, and for that, I would recommend if you guys wanted to pursue an actual value figure, to not have it be subject to interpretation of staff and go out for an appraisal, a formal appraisal. Community Development Director Richards reached out to 7 different firms over the last couple months as we've been chasing this down. We did get 2 proposals back on that. One's $4,900, one's $7,200. One estimates about a month, the other one estimates about 2 months to turn that around. The cheaper one is actually the quicker one. So if you guys wanted to pursue a value path, I would recommend that we pursue the appraisal process with RSP and bring something back to you guys at a future meeting, likely in March, for you guys to weigh in and on the sale price, if that's the way you guys want to go. If you don't want to sell them and you want to just terminate them or keep them as is, you could arrive at that decision this evening.
So we're talking about selling the air easement?
Correct. It's real value. Real property.
Who buys an air easement?
Presumably the property owners who own the land underneath.
Okay.
It's an opportunity to build.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it from the perspective that they paid very little for these lots because of the air easement.
Interesting.
If we pull the air easement, then they're getting a huge increase in value for a lot that they paid very little for.
Yeah, if I could interject for just a minute, currently with the air easement, they're considered unbuildable and have been sold that way. With the air easement removed, they would be considered buildable. So, and there are R1 zoned lots.
But we've already had at least one person build on it.
Yes, so there is a compliance issue that's occurred out there. It's not a residential, though. They've built a accessory structure. We've had many of the property owners come to us and talk to us about building a second residential unit on one of the lots, and right now they can't do that because of the air easement.
And the air easement's on a quarter acre, right? These lots, so I understand that
No, these
correctly?
lots are all R1 zone lots. So what's occurring right now is the frontage lots that have the homes on them on Northwest 25th are about 9,000 square feet, more or less, a couple hundred square feet more, depending on the lot itself. And then they all have this second lot north of them, immediately adjacent between them and Tice Park, that is also 9,000 square feet to 9,500 square feet. But that's considered a buildable lot in the R1 zone.
If they did decide, if we did decide to remove the air easement, they would be subject to a tax penalty for the increased value.
That would depend on the path you decide to remove it. If one of your options in removing the air easement is that they have to opt in and request the easement be removed on an individual basis, so they would be opting into that. Whereas if you said you wanted to remove them all, then you would be forcing those other citizens' hands.
Yeah, and I don't want to force someone into something they don't want to do when they've had that land for at least 30 years. I would like to ask that we give the landowners the opportunity to opt in, and at that point figure out what the market value is for that if they so choose to purchase that air easement.
Well, I would say we might want to actually have that price as part of the opt-in package. And my question that I would also want to know, though, is why would we go through the process for 8 lots of trying to come up with real market value to the property? That seems like an awful high price to put on this. I see the idea of wanting to have some sort of value in removing our easement from their property, but real market seems maybe a bit steep.
To clarify, I don't think you guys would have a number to consider as real market value of the entire lot. You would have a value to consider as the market value of the air easement. And so that's what this appraisal process goes through, is what's the value of it currently being quote unquote unbuildable with the 10-foot air easement versus what's the delta of that, and the value specifically around the air easement.
That's correct. And just to add to it, in order for a municipality like ours to sell an interest in real property, we have to get an appraisal on that interest.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Peralta, did you have?
Yeah, just comment. So I assume the purpose of the air easements were to protect an unobstructed view of the Tice Park for the neighbors?
Something like that is what we assume too. That's part of what seems to have been lost in years of records and history.
So I guess, I mean, I can appreciate, and did this come to us as a result of, it sounds like it came to us as a result of an out-of-code building on the property?
A couple of reasons it's come to us. So we have had a couple of the property owners request this of the city over the last 5 years that we've been here. We also, when we've done the buildable land inventory back in 2021, back in 2019, this came up as well because these are, what would presumably be buildable residential lots, but because they're not buildable, they are off of our buildable lands inventory.
So I'm not in favor of lifting the air easement over those properties. Just looking at the map, I don't want to encroach further onto Tice Woods than we already are, and I just have too many questions about how this would potentially adversely affect the view shed for neighboring properties, and it sounds like it's really not something that was driven by the property owners, maybe a few of them, but not all of them. So I'm against making this change at this time.
I'm for giving them the option, knowing the area and being over there quite often. I'm fine with giving them the option. Anybody else? Councilor Gary?
Yeah, in some of our parks master plan documentation and discussion, we have identified a potential connectivity path between Tice and BPA, and we've seen some of that plan play out as Baker Creek North is developed, in that those trails are connecting as part of that system. The hope and dream in the master plans were it still is a circumnavigable loop of alternate methods that would include Tice Park, so connectivity there, which is, my question is some of this land and easement mystery tied into our ability to be able to have that path and serve that connectivity?
I'm not sure that I can answer your question fully, but I am sensing possibly a little bit of a misunderstanding here. The property owners own these lands.
Okay.
They function basically as an unbuildable backyard, in my understanding. An entire lot-sized backyard. It's a big open space that is functionally unbuildable, but is owned privately.
Okay, then having these properties and the air easements that we're discussing not affect the ability to have that path be connected, I'm in favor of creating an opt-in program, and I don't find it compelling amount. I guess I don't see the amount, but I'm not interested in recouping costs for that or selling those. But if the council were to want to seek those funds, I would request those go to either affordable housing, because it'd be housing going in, or specifically parks maintenance and Tice Park maintenance, frankly.
Councilor Chenoweth?
So I would somewhat agree with you, Zach. I don't think I'd want it, I'd like to, if we're going to dedicate the funds, I suppose, to park maintenance, I would agree with you there. I would disagree that I do think it is a real value, and I don't think, my understanding is they paid pennies on the dollar for these extra lots at the outset, under the understanding they'd never be able to use them because of these air easements. So now we're giving them the opportunity to use them. I think we should get the recompense for the value of that. That's just my take. Whatever that works out to be within reason. I like I said, I don't think real market value for a lot is worthwhile.
I think it's minimal.
Yeah, whatever. The other thing I would say is, in terms of the view, as I look at these pictures, it looks pretty much like we got a solid fence line back there. And so the unobstructed view argument is not particularly compelling to me. So I would agree with giving the option to opt in to the landowners.
Counselor Geary?
Yeah, I would just add if the ability to develop something because we didn't charge them for something created a taxable structure, we've got a customer for life.
Counselor Cunningham, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, just the 4,900 for the appraisal, that's for all 9 lots?
Yeah, that's for the complete.
Okay. I'm pro infill, so I would support doing the opt-in, though, because I think that they shouldn't be forced to do it, because I've actually walked through all of that, and a lot of them have pretty nice little yards back there, so I don't know if everybody would. On the public? I've walked on the public part, yes, thank you.
I do have a question. On the one, my understanding, if I heard this correctly, one is out of compliance with a structure already on it. So talk to me about what happens if we do put an opt-in in place. Does that become a requirement for them since they've already violated the easement?
Well, so that's an interesting parcel, and we've done a lot of history on that particular parcel. They actually combined their 2 legal lots into 1 lot, consolidated it, and the theory is that sort of took that air easement off. That's how the city interpreted it. That's what I've been told in terms of hearsay. We don't have documents that say that, but the air easement travels with the land, whether the property lines are adjusted or not. So to me, again, what they've been able to build is accessory structures and not residential development on that property.
It's a huge barn.
So there is value to being able to build residential development on the property. Is that your question?
This result basically through code enforcement as a requirement for an opt-in because they've already opted in by virtue of doing it.
If somebody wanted to submit a complaint to us and put it into the code enforcement process, we would provide the property owner with 2 options, or several options, actually. So they would need to bait the issue, right? So they could tear it down, they could remove the easement, participate in the program. There's several paths.
Counselor Payne, did you want to share?
Affirmative request.
I'm sorry, we didn't understand what you said.
It's in the packet. It's the options are listed. There's 4 options.
Okay.
So option 3 is by notification and affirmative request.
So in order to accomplish one of these options, and I have heard some desire for one of 3 of our alternatives, we will need a motion to either adopt the resolution, which is to divest of the air easement. That would need to come along with a council recommendation for the method by which we do that. In that case, I have only heard by affirmative request. So that would be a motion to adopt the resolution and to put in a process for affirmative requests. Alternatively, this could be a motion to direct staff to come back with the appraisals. Alternatively, this could be a motion to take no further action. Actually, that doesn't need a motion.
So your first one was, what I heard most generally here, was to take a motion to allow the option for the homeowner.
Then we'll need to hear that motion.
Okay.
If we do that, does that then make it to where you just automatically go get the appraisal and do it, or you still come back with the appraisal?
Option 1 for the resolution in place will include no appraisal.
Option 1 is just releasing them. No value, they're just released.
That's right.
We're saying by notification, affirmative request, right? That's what the general consensus seems to be, giving specific guidelines of what that looks like. If we choose that, because you said in just the options, one of the motions could be go get us the appraisal and come back.
That's right.
So if we choose notification, affirmative request, does that mean we're leaving the process to you and not getting that appraisal back?
Yes, those are two different alternatives. One is the giving away of the easement, that's the resolution in front of you. The other is come back at a future date to consider the selling of the easement.
Come back.
Come back. Is that what-
I move that we have you come back at a future date to consider selling it when you have a value.
I have no motion on the floor for this, so we have the motion for that. Do I have a second for Counselor Chenoweth?
Yeah, second.
Okay, so I have a second. Any further discussion on Counselor Chenoweth's motion? Nope. Claudia?
Counselor Payne?
Nay.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
No.
The motion passes by a vote of 4-2.
Thank you all. The resolution was not adopted, and we will come back at a future date, having completed the appraisal with further information for you. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to move to ordinances. Consider the first reading with a possible second reading of ordinance number 5169. Does any counselor need to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest or recuse themselves regarding this ordinance? Always got to find the ordinance. Because
It's really late. Can we check in on time? What are we looking at for time to keep going through these 4 items?
Yes, it is a later hour, but some of these items before you this evening have state mandated deadlines, and so it is important that we get through them tonight. So
We can talk really fast.
I'm not saying don't get through them. I'm just saying if we're going to be here till 11, I'm out.
we're probably going to be here another 45 minutes, I'm going to guess, to do all of these. If you need to go, we understand. If you can stay, that's great. But understand whatever you need to do, Jessica.
I'll
you
go
guys
ahead and
gonna
get started,
present?
just in the interest of time.
Yeah,
While
go
my
for it.
wingman is getting the
Okay.
presentation up for me.
You're
My wingman and technical expert.
Are we going to read the ordinance by
Yeah, you need to do that first.
title only? Okay. Like waiting.
Are you requesting that I read the ordinance by title only?
Yes, does any counselor have a problem with that? Nope. Okay.
Thank you. This is the first reading of ordinance number 5169, an ordinance adopting the 2025 McMinnville Municipal Airport Master Plan as a supplemental document of the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan and amending Volume 1, Data and Background, Volume 2, Goals and Policies, and Volume 3, Title 17 of the McMinnville Municipal Code of the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan, docket G2-25.
John Pascal, Airport Manager, and Jeff Hunsaker, Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to be here for my first council presentation since I.
Woohoo.
Oh, we got to get really close.
You do have to get close.
All right. So Jeff's going to go ahead and move the slides for me, but we just have a brief presentation, and I can speak quickly. So just a little bit of master plan history. The current airport master plan that we're operating under was adopted in 2004, and those are generally 20-year planning documents, so it was due again. And the FAA provided $450,000 of the required $500,000 that it costs to do the plan back in 2023. The other $50,000 was a combination of state grant money and then airport operating funds. The Planning Advisory Committee was established in 2023. The project actually kicked off in August of 2023. And the Planning Advisory Committee was a 15-member cross-section of local, state, county, federal representatives, airport commission representatives, city staff. It was a broad cross-section of folks that participated in developing this plan. And over the next 24 months, They finished the plan that is in your packet. It's about 300-plus pages, and it was submitted to the FAA back in August of 2025. I would have expected we would have an approval by now, but I think the government shutdown there for 6 weeks in the fall kind of backlogged the FAA. The key project elements in the master plan, pretty straightforward. We start with an existing conditions analysis. What do we have? One of the two FAA required approvals is the aviation activity forecast. So what are we expecting in the next 20-year planning period for growth in aviation activity? And then what does that mean in terms of facility requirements on our airfield? And once we have those established, then we can look at development alternatives. How do we fit all of that into the property that we have? Excuse me. And then a capital improvement plan. What is all that going to cost? And then ultimately, the second FAA required approval, which is what we're waiting for now, is the actual airport layout plan, and I'll speak to that momentarily. But then we do an implementation strategy and a timeline, how we plan to get all these projects done in the next 20 years. This is actually what the airport layout plan looks like. You can see it's pretty populated. It's very technical. It's got a lot of information on it, both for current and for future development. You'll notice at the bottom there are two signature blocks, one from the FAA and one for the city manager for the city of McMinnville, and that's the formal handshake that we make that this is how we're going to develop our airport. The FAA will not fund a project that is not included in the airport layout plan, so it's important that those planned projects are in here. But obviously you can see this is a really important document from an airport management perspective as we talk about development alternatives. So this is really kind of, when we say airport layout plan, this is actually what the airport layout plan looks like. But it's 21 pages of documents. And so the next, this is an example. If we needed to drill down into one section, because that other document is really hard to develop to, this is an example of how I would use this document when we're trying to navigate around the park and the border of the McMinnville Landing and existing buildings and so on. How do we manage vehicular access? Where do we put parking lots? How do we get taxiways through there? And so we have these snapshots east to west all across the airport, and this actually really helps us make sure that the development actually makes sense and that we build things the right way so that we do it one time and do it correctly. A couple of the other documents inside the actual airport layout plan. This is an on-airport land use plan, and this is also very helpful for us. It's color coded for people like me that like simple words and pretty colors, and it helps identify particularly areas that are not developable. So in this case, the yellow is the runway protection zones, right? It's where aircraft land and depart. We can't build there. Purple is designated as aircraft operating areas, and so it really just kind of helps us look at what is developable, both in terms of aviation development and non-aviation development, or both, possibly both. And so that's on airport land use. And then we have a similar document for off airport land use. And this is obviously much wider. This encompasses not only the city of McMinnville. You'll notice on the right side there, it's Yamhill County and also the city of Dayton. The approach paths and departure paths to this airport impact folks outside of the city limits. So we always want to be cognizant of land use and zoning around the airport to make sure we have compatible land uses, that we work with our stakeholders, particularly over in planning, to talk about what the impacts might be, not only to the folks that want to develop, but also what those developments, how they might impact the airport, because we have assurances to the federal government that will protect the airport from incompatible land uses. So this is another key sheet here. Excuse me. So next steps, adopting the airport master plan into the city's comprehensive plan. That's what we're here talking about this evening. Sometime I expect in the next 60 to 90 days that we'll actually have the formal approval, the signatures on the airport layout plan. And once we have those, we will then move to project and grant closeout, so sometime between probably summer and towards the end of the year. And then separately from this, we would move into an airport business and economic development plan. So I'm always careful to make sure folks understand that the airport master plan is not either of these. It really is an airport development plan, primarily for airfield infrastructure. But we're going to put money into the airport's budget in the next fiscal year to undertake a business and economic development plan so that we can talk about the growth of the airport and the financial self-sufficiency of it. So those are the next steps that we're looking forward to. And then couple of future council considerations just to kind of get these on your radar screen. Obviously, on the left side there, any aviation and non-aviation development opportunities, and there may be some coming to you in 2026. We're already having discussions with entities that want to develop on the airport, some large, some small. And then I mentioned the airport business and economic development plan. Once that's done, I would expect that to be probably the summer of 27. We'll bring that back to council for adoption. And then at some point, we'll have to have a discussion, I would say we'll likely have a discussion about the other runway, the second runway, the crosswind runway, which is 1735. It's the smaller sort of general aviation runway. The eligibility of it, that question's been solved recently with the FAA. It is technically eligible for federal funding now as a legacy crosswind runway, but the justification for the federal government to put money into it and actually having the funding available, they're not going to score very high, and it's likely that that runway is not going to receive federal funding down the road for maintenance, so it's going to become a cost to the city to maintain that runway. It encompasses roughly 90 acres of property along Airport Road there, so it's not an insignificant amount of land, and then when you consider the runway protection zones and all of the other property that can't be developed around that runway, it's even greater than that. So, do we let it die a natural death over time, or do we be proactive and think about how we want to redevelop the airport and how long we want to keep that runway? What's the value? What are the pros and cons? So those are discussions we can have sometime down the road. So that's really kind of all I had on the master plan itself. When we get to the ordinance, I'm just going to go ahead and take this on for Heather so she doesn't have to move. Ordinance 5169 is adopting the McMinnville Airport Master Plan as a supplemental document to the transportation system plan and the comprehensive plan. It amends Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3, and then it adopts findings for state and local regulatory compliance. And really what you'll see in these next two slides, the amendments that we're making are really just verbiage amendments. For instance, the current language identifies the 2004 master plan, but as we do development projects on the airport layout plan constantly changes. We're required to keep the ALP updated at all times, so what we wanted to do is just say the most recently approved. It's just sort of a technicality to make sure that we're referencing the most recently approved airport layout plan. And similarly on the next two here, just using verbiage that's either a little bit more accurate or uses terminology that's more current. For instance, transitional surfaces, these are just some of these imaginary surfaces that weren't identified in here. So those are just what the amendments are. And we did receive some public testimony. I believe it came in as part of the Planning Commission meeting that we had back in December. 1,000 friends and Friends of Yamhill County both were in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation to the council to adopt the master plan into the comprehensive plan. And then your options this evening, as required by McMinnville Municipal Code 17.72.130, et cetera. Upon receipt of the decision of the Planning Commission, the City Council shall either adopt an ordinance, and that's what we're here asking for tonight, that is the staff recommendation, as submitted by the Planning Commission, or you may adopt an ordinance affecting the proposed change in an amended form. You may refuse to adopt the amendment through a vote to deny, or you may call for a public hearing on the proposal subject to any notice requirements in the code. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have. Yeah, thank you for an opportunity.
Any councilors have any questions? No? Okay.
I'd like to move option A, Mayor.
Okay, so Councilor Peralta has made a motion to accept option A for ordinance number 5169 to pass.
Second.
I have a second from Councilor Tukalski. I'm losing my voice. Claudia?
I'm going to do council discussion.
I don't think, do we have any other discussion? There is none.
Councilor Payne? Aye. Councilor Geary?
Aye.
Councilor Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Councilor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Ordinance 5169 passes on its first reading unanimously.
too far. Attorney David Lightberg, can you do a second reading, please?
Thank you, Scott. This is the second reading of ordinance number 5169, an ordinance adopting the 2025 McMinnville Municipal Airport Master Plan as a supplemental document of the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan, and amending Volume 1, Data and Background, Volume 2, Goals and Policies, and Volume 3, Title 17 of the McMinnville Municipal Code of the McMinnville Comprehensive Plan, docket G2-25.
Perfect. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I have so motion.
Counselor Tukalski has a motion.
Second.
A second from Counselor Payne. Any discussion? Claudia?
Counselor Payne? Aye. Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Ordinance 5169 is adopted by a vote of 6-0.
Perfect. Thank you. Counselor Payne, do you need to leave? Okay. All right. We're going to consider the reading with a possible second reading of ordinance number 5170. Does any counselor need to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest or recuse himself for this ordinance? And I'm trying to find the ordinance. You tell me what the ordinance is.
Are you asking
Yes.
for me to read it
You
by?
just tell me what the ordinance is real quick.
5170.
Yes, but what's it about?
It's an ordinance adopting the amendments to the November 23rd housing needs analysis.
Perfect, thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't have to recuse myself because it's not
Got
in here. I do not. Okay, could you please read the ordinance? Any counselors, are you okay with reading it by title only?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first reading of ordinance number 5170, an ordinance adopting amendments to the November 2023 Housing Needs Analysis, the September 2024 Economic Opportunities Analysis, and the December 2025 Framework Plan.
Okay. Who's presenting? Heather Richards.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So tonight, this is the effort to finish our sequential UGB work plan with the state. This is work task 2. It is due to them by March 1. We're bringing it to tonight because the ordinance takes 30 days to become effective. But really what we're doing is we're looking at 3 different dockets in planning to create land use efficiency measures to meet our housing and employment land need. You just went through what it is. There's an addendum to the housing needs analysis from November 2023. The addendum is a memo that explains what the land use efficiency measures are and the findings associated with it. The same is true for the economic opportunity analysis. We're adopting an amended framework plan that brings all that information into our planning program and then the decision document for this effort. A land use efficiency measure, just to remind you, is a policy action, so we have to take action on it, that changes the comprehensive plan or land use regulations to quantifiably reduce land needs. So we need to show the state that we've taken action for these. If you recall, we identified land need in both the housing and employment lands relative to residential land need. Deficiencies were 1,101 dwelling units, and so that's approximately 202 acres. This is for the planning horizon of 2021 to 2041. We identified a deficiency of 29 acres of industrial land and 159 acres of commercial land. We're bringing to you a proposal that's been recommended by the Planning Commission and its staff that has land use efficiency measures that exceed our residential land needs, so exceeds it by a little over 175 dwelling units, exceeds our industrial land needs with 40 acres, and then we keep a deficit of commercial land need of about 114 acres. We do not need to meet commercial land need. We do need to meet the housing land need. This describes, and this is in the findings for you, describes how we got to the calculations of the residential land need that we're meeting. We did that based on dwelling units and not acres because we are looking at different densities in the different zones relative to this. To sort of summarize it for you, we're changing the assignment of land in what we call the urban holding comprehensive plan designations that are in the urban growth boundary. That's the gold areas, if you want to think of that, where we're doing the area planning right now. So if you remember, in 2025, we adopted an ordinance that reduced the amount of land in that area needed for parks by 127 acres. We then also reduced our public and institutional land need by 44 acres. We took that action in 2024 by ordinance. And we have been told by the school that they don't need the amount of land that's identified in there for future school needs. And so that is an action that will be occurring tonight. The other action occurring tonight is taking all those acres that have been reduced and reassigning them to housing. We're memorializing that in the framework plan. So if you remember, the framework plan gives us direction on how those future UGB lands should be built and developed and what needs they're meeting. We have previously sort of identified it relative to the UGB work we were doing. So the McMinnville Growth Management Urbanization Plan, and then this 2021 to 2041 process. We're bringing you a framework plan tonight that simplifies all that. Now it's just focused on, okay, how is this serving our future land needs based on these calculations? We also did several rezones in the last several years in terms of upzoning residential land to higher density residential land, and that's created the additional housing capacity for the city. And then we've had a big change in terms of the Linfield University's campus. This is impacting all three land needs. In 2020, they gave us a letter asking us to take this land off the buildable lands inventory. They wanted to use it for their own purposes. They did send us a letter here on October 8th, 2025, saying they would like to put it back on the buildable lands inventory. They are moving forward with leveraging that undeveloped land into the private marketplace. And so that then allows us to put that back on the buildable lands inventory and identify it as meeting a city need. So for that, you have for R4 land, about 20 acres, R2 land, half an acre, industrial land at 3 acres, and commercial land at 44.5 acres. And that's all the vacant land that's in that overall campus area. So for your industrial land use efficiency measures, you just went through the process of adopting the airport master plan. That was important to do before this because in the airport master plan, for that layout plan that John had talked you through, there is 37 acres identified in there for future industrial development. So that will come back on the buildable lands inventory. The airport land is not on it. And combined with the 3 acres at Linfield's campus, that's 40 acres. So you've met the 29 acres of need. For the commercial land, the only land we have coming on the buildable lands inventory is the 44.6 acres from Linfield. We needed 159, so that leaves us with a deficit of 114. We've done the work session with you to talk about what we see as future land within the city limits today that is still buildable for commercial land, and we'll continue to watch that to see if we need to bring something to you in the future, but we feel comfortable with this recommendation. We think it will put some pressure on some of our properties that need to be redeveloped, too. Public testimony, we need to let you know we did get public testimony from Thousand Friends and Friends of Yamhill County. That was in your packet tonight for you. There was commentary about several items that they had issues with in terms of the housing needs analysis and the economic opportunity analysis. Those were all items that they appealed through the state. That appeal was upheld in the city's favor at an LCDC meeting in October of 24, and we're still waiting on the decision for that. And then they also recommended looking at smaller lot sizes for the city. We do have that in our code audit that's underway right now, but we do not need it for the land use efficiency measures. So that will be a future dialogue. So this ordinance adopts all of those amendments that we just talked about, and just like your previous ordinance that came from the Planning Commission, our code tells us how to walk through it and how for you to make your decisions. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any counselors have any questions? Counselor Chenoweth?
So of the acreage that we're saying we have on commercial land, the commercial land that we're saying actually does exist includes the commercial land out by Evergreen Aviation Museum, correct?
Yes.
That we have been told will not develop.
Yes.
So how many acres there is considered buildable that really isn't buildable?
Well, your definition of buildable, I think, is different than the state's definition of buildable.
But won't be built out.
So in terms of the property owner communication as to what they're going to do with the property, that I think that was 27 or 29 acres, that piece of land. And they would need to bring, so this is the land that they put into grapevines, just recently over the last couple of years. And it's in the UGB. It needs to annex into the city to develop. It did come in as part of our UGB amendment in 2020 to meet commercial land need based on the process we had to go through for that.
To 27 acres, you
So,
said?
yeah, I would say it's a little less than 30.
Okay, so that puts us up closer to 144 acres that we don't have available for commercial at this point.
Yes, if you're thinking of market, yes.
Yeah, which, again, I'm going to continue to advocate that this is a bad decision, and I will be a no vote on this.
Any other comments? Do I have a motion or any guidance?
I move to accept ordinance number 5170 and ordinance adopting as amendments to November 2023 housing needs analysis to September 2024 economic opportunities analysis and the December 2025 framework plan.
I have a motion from Counselor Cunningham. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Counselor Payne up in the sky. Any further discussion?
The only thing that I would add is that we do have some acreage in the McMinnville landing that will be commercial, but doesn't show up as commercial. So, right?
No, it's part of these numbers. That land that's in McMinnville Landing is already part of the UGB and is included as expected land that we're going to have available, correct?
It's not included in the commercial buildable lands inventory because it's zoned industrial. So if you recall, we did a planned development overlay for that per the city's code to do that. So the buildable lands inventory per state law is based on the underlying zoning relative to that land.
So that washes almost with what we're doing out at, still 114 we're short. Okay.
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Councilor Tukolsky.
There's land at the southeast corner of Booth Bend and 99, which is currently being developed into the farm store. Is that part of the available land still, even though it's been utilized?
Yeah, so the inventory was done back in 2019. And so the land need that was identified relative to the population moving forward to 2041 is capturing acreage that was unbuilt at that time. So we haven't updated the buildable lands inventory. We haven't done that work to bring it up to date to 2025. So the city will be embarking on per state law, we have to go through a buildable lands inventory process and a needs analysis in now 5 years to be able to do it in time and get it to the state. And our recommendation as staff is that we have to do that for housing. Our recommendation as staff is do the buildable lands inventory for employment land at the same time so we can understand what's happening with the commercial land. There's no reason why you can't come back and look at a UGB amendment in the future when you have this commercial land deficit showing on the books, so to speak. But our recommendation is for today and this day and time that we don't feel it's necessary to go through that process.
Thank you.
Counselor Geary?
In service of discussion, what the pending DLCD decision, what's the effect on this and as it moves forward now?
Yeah, so our legal counsel has been working with DLCD's Department of Justice about that. What we have learned is that to move forward with this adoption, since that decision was made, but that still could be appealed. So just like your UGB amendment that occurred back in 2003, there were some decisions made, and then we went forward and did some other work, but it got appealed and was up in the system working through the appeal, which impacted our other work. The transportation system plan is a great example. Our current transportation system plan is based on the old proposed UGB that came back and was remanded to us. And so that's the risk to the city, but we're also under the state mandate to get this work done by March 1. So they are 16 months past issuing their decision.
Any further discussion? Nope. Okay, so I have a motion on the table. So Claudia?
Counselor Payne? Aye. Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Nay.
Give me a first reading.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Ordinance number 5170 passes by a vote of 5-1 on its first reading and will be brought back for a second reading on February 10th City Council meeting.
I will need a special meeting, I think.
In order to meet the timeline? Okay. How do we go about that? Interim City Manager Adam Garvin?
Perhaps we'll visit with legal counsel, and I sent this interim city manager an email tonight noticing how late the meeting was going, so I didn't know if you defer this. We'll visit with land use legal counsel about what needs to be presented to the state and the condition that it's in. We have, when you adopt an ordinance for a land use decision, there's a 21-day appealable period, and so it's not considered final through the city until that appeal period is passed. And so that might be the grace that gets us to February 5 to adopt this and get it in by March 1, but the state may allow us to submit it without that appeal period being finished yet. That's what we need to find out, so.
Okay, so I guess we'll wait to hear back from,
Yeah, we'll wait to hear back from Missy with Seidel land use attorneys.
okay, thank you. Okay. This is our last.
Nope.
Oh,
2 more.
okay. Consider the first reading with this possible second reading of ordinance 5171. Does any counselor need to declare an actual or potential conflict of interest or recuse themselves regarding the ordinance? Okay, we will now consider the matter of ordinance 5171. Does any counselor object to having the ordinance read by title only? Hearing no objections, Attorney David Lightberg.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first reading of ordinance number 5171, an ordinance amending Chapter 2.28 of the McMinnville Municipal Code to update the Airport Commission standing meeting schedule.
Okay. John, is he going to present anything?
I can do a quick
Oh,
one.
Jeff?
This just came from the meeting we had on boards and committees, and there is the recommendation to move to quarterly, and this is just changing that code to meet that recommendation. It's been vetted through the Airport Commission and everything, so just dotting i's and crossing t's.
Perfect. Any questions about that?
I'll just say it also allows them to hold special meetings as necessary. So they're already doing that anyway, so I think it's a great move.
All right. Do I have a motion to
Yeah, I
accept?
motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Counselor Tukolsky and a second from Counselor Chenoweth to accept ordinance 5171. Claudia?
Counselor Payne? Aye. Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
Ordinance 5171 passes on its first reading unanimously.
David Lightberg, we have a second reading.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading of ordinance number 5171, an ordinance amending Chapter 2.28 of the McMinnville Municipal Code to update the Airport Commission standing meeting schedule.
So moved.
I have a motion from Counselor Cunningham. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Counselor Tukalski. Any further discussion? Claudia?
Counselor Payne?
Aye.
Counselor Geary?
Aye.
Counselor Cunningham?
Aye.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
Yes.
All right,
Ordinance number 5171 is adopted unanimously.
perfect. All right, now we're going to move on to consider the first reading with a possible second reading of ordinance 5172. Does any counselor need to declare an actual potential conflict of interest, recuse himself regarding this ordinance? Does anyone have any objection to reading the ordinance by title only? Okay. City Attorney David Lightberg.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first reading of ordinance number 5172, an ordinance amending section 2.04.010 of the McMinnville Municipal Code to adjust the standing dates of regular city council meetings.
Thank you. I'd like to call on interim city manager Adam Garvin to present.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll refer you to your staff report this evening. This is a continuation of the conversation from the last council meeting, and to put a resolution, or to put this in front of you guys to vote on an ordinance. And I did amend the ordinance to include an active date of April 1st. If you guys were to pass this, it is an ordinance, so if you don't pass it unanimous tonight, it will come back for a second reading at a February 10th meeting, or potentially a special meeting if we have to hold one of those for that land use decision.
Anyone have any questions for Adam? Okay, do I have a motion to accept ordinance number 5172?
So moved.
So I have a motion from Counselor Chenoweth. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Counselor Tukalski. Any further discussion?
Yeah. I
Counselor
would.
Cunningham?
Yeah. So it was astutely pointed out by one of the people in public comment emails that I may have been on another planet last week or 2 weeks ago, and that was, in fact, the case, Planet Dayquil. With that being said, I've struggled with this particular ordinance. I've talked to interim city manager Garvin. I've talked to Claudia, city recorder Claudia, and I am finding the need to move the meetings, not meeting my bar, to do that. And I think that one of the things that I've really had to take into consideration is the fact that Councilor Payne informed us that if we were to move to Wednesdays, that she would have to be strictly on Zoom. I don't think Zoom in this realm is particularly good. And I think that our public comes here to look at us on the dais and to look us in the face and to talk about their concerns. And I think that although we have Madam Mayor, we do not have another woman on this dais, and I think we'd be doing a disservice to our community to move it to a day that would force Councilor Payne to not be able to come in person.
Okay, any further discussion?
I would counter a bit on that one. Councilor Payne is oftentimes on Zoom. I think she's found it pretty effective. And just because she's unable to attend every Wednesday night on Zoom, she may be able to be in person sometimes, but I don't want to speak for her. I think she's still online if she has any kind of opinion on that. But I do know that she's frequently not here, but she is on Zoom. So she's found a way to be effective.
Thank you for the comments. I don't feel like I'm as effective over Zoom. And I am aware that I was not present for part of August and September. That's wildland season. I'm married to a firefighter. It's a hazard of his job. And as a parent with a young family, the late nights are challenged enough, but moving the meetings to Wednesdays. My husband is the training officer for local fire department, and he has drill every Wednesdays. So it is not likely that I will ever be able to attend in person. I think that on my best guess would be maybe once every 3 to 4 months. And thank you, Scott, for the kind words. I appreciate it.
Any other comments? Okay, so Claudia, we have a motion on the floor.
Counselor Payne?
Nay.
Counselor Geary?
Nay.
Counselor Cunningham?
Nay.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Aye.
Council President Peralta?
No.
Ordinance 5172 fails by a vote of 4-2.
Okay, I think that's it. I'll now adjourn the meeting at 10:19 PM.